Surprised that it's a requirement that they need to
no, but as part of the procurement, normally in everywhere in the country, as one is a minimum requirement. I mean that even we members of Parliament, tax client certificate before you go to any government business, we produce it. Were you in the office by then?
Yes, Honorable, I was in the office.
So you are in charge. So why didn't you do due diligence to that? Tell me, what was the reason?
Honorable, these ones, they are basically the small services that we took from the suppliers. Like, for example, one example is, for instance, somebody was calling to come and mend our water tank, which was leaking. And this category of service provider, Honorable, sometimes have it difficult to give.
Those are the small jobs, but the what we are talking about, the amounts involved here, almost 319 million Ghana cedis.
Well, this one is 154. 154.
Okay. Even if it is one CD, yes, you have to produce. Oh,
you are right to say so, Honorable.
Sir, it says 300, the report says unsupported claims, 319,143,079 cedis reported as payable at the end of December 31st, 2024. This amount was rejected based on information from the ministry that intended purpose for the payment request was no longer valid, and hence evidence could not be provided to support the amounts. These requests are allocations for activities such as LEAP programs. Now, the ones that you are going to give the money, LEAP, did they bring tax returns? Tax clearance?
No, please. So, Honorable, the tax clearance related to the several suppliers, small suppliers, that's in the sum of 154. The LEAP ones is a cash grant that goes to them.
I know.
Yes, so that one does not require.
The question I'm asking you,
yes,
how much of this 319 relates to LEAP? Speak into the microphone, okay, please.
Number 2, which is 110, and then number 3, which is 72 million. So put together is 182 million Ghana cedi.
So 182 million Ghana cedis,
yes,
just for LEAP?
Just for LEAP, yes.
And you are going to give money to people?
Okay, so Honorable, what happens is that the funds are released from Ministry of Finance and Controller Accountant General onto us, so that we can also pay the beneficiary when the cycle is due and the beneficiary are due for payment. And what happened was that we defaulted on 2 cycles. We weren't having the enough cash flow to pay them. So World Bank supported. And it's because of the support and the timing, which was getting to the end of the year, that's why we have this unsupported claim, because immediately the funds came in. Now there's a difference of cash flow there that we cannot support with claims as at the time of the audit. Okay.
Officer, can you come clear? I'm not getting you, please. Please take your time and explain the issues to us.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Honorable. So with the LEAP program, the government has identified people who are vulnerable and they need to be supported in the country. Yes.
We, the members of Parliament here, we know.
Okay.
And we know that sometimes there are 36-year-olds on the LEAP program, and we have 75, 80-year-olds who are not on the LEAP program. If you want us to go into the LEAP program, we will not leave here today. We know, so let's move on. I'm interested in this LEAP.
So, Honorable, we have processed onto the gift miss these 2 claims, 110 and then the 72 million. Okay. So what happens was that we have also defaulted from paying the beneficiary as and when the payment was supposed to have been done. So World Bank came in with the support. So immediately that support came in, then in the system, this ones is no longer needed because World Bank has came to defray this burden on the government shoulder. So that's what happens. So immediately the year ends, there will be this gap that cannot be supported with the beneficiaries immediately.
Sir, as for us, we are speaking to what the auditors have written. The auditors are saying that you submitted 107, out of all that you submitted, it was only 107 million that was validated. The remaining 72.7 million, you did not support it with any claims, and so they rejected it. It's the same with school feeding. The auditors are saying that you submitted 399. 399 was validated, and 58.4 million was rejected. I am not the one saying it. It's in this document that the auditors have given to us. And so that is what we want you to speak to.
Okay. Honorable, we also alluded to and agree with the auditors that, one, because of the school feeding, because we were not expecting 2023 inflows, which were pending on the system to come in January. Okay, so immediately it came in January, and then with the payment.
You said 2023?
2023, yes.
2023 or 2024?
2023 outstandings in the system came in January 2025.
Okay.
Yes. So
how much was that?
155, two tranches, total 155 million. Okay. So what happens is that immediately that inflow came, then if you match the cash available with the liabilities on hand, there will be
not use it to defray the liabilities in 2023, and that you held on to that liability in 2023, and then you are saying that it crystallized in 2025. Honorable Minister, may I ask, is the school feeding coordinator a signatory to the transactions? Usually their funding. Is the school feeding coordinator a signatory to that?
No, Madam Chair.
So that is where the issue is. You know, we tried so much and we got a lot of resistance. I wish you well, and I pray that you are able to, because you see, she's sitting there, she hasn't got any hand in the way the monies are utilized. Yet, somebody sitting far away is the one utilizing the funds. So the coordinator is just there. And then, well, he looks at what comes in, what goes, but in terms of responsibility in the management of funds that are allocated to the school feeding program, the coordinator is not able to manage it. These are some of the issues why. Because clearly, if the coordinator were to be managing some of these things, why would the coordinator wait? Monies will come in for 2024. The coordinator will say, I won't use it to pay for 2023. I'd rather wait till 2025 and use it to pay for, use funds that come in 2025 to pay for 2023. So I will plead with you, Minister, and I pray and hope that you are able to succeed in this area, because clearly, if there's a coordinator, he or she must be given the responsibility to manage things as it's supposed to be. Because that is, otherwise, we'll have some of the problems we are encountering today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I don't know much about what pertained before I came in, but currently the ministry approves of the request from the national coordinator, and then the monies are released to the coordinator who does the expenditure of the funds. And so the ministry doesn't do the expenditure on behalf of school feeding. So the coordinator is the one in charge of the expenditure, please. Thank you.
So that's nice. Auditors, what is your take with regards to the response?
Thank you, Chairman. The Finance Controller, the Honorable Chair made some submissions that as part of the IMF arrangement, 2 million was supposed to be paid at least half yearly. Can you confirm that since the inception of the program, these agreed funds were paid timely and that you did receive them?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as indicated, funds come and liabilities too come, which are payable. So we don't wait for one tranche to pay another tranche. Why would you?
Finance Controller.
Yes, please.
I think my question is quite clear.
Yes.
I just wanted you to establish whether, as planned, the funds did come or they didn't come. That's what I'm trying to establish.
Honorable, most of them came on schedule.
No, we are specific here. There is an audit query that you are disputing and saying that a component of it, 115, if I heard you well.
55.
And that, as of January 2025, there was higher inflow of funds to you, so much so that you had excess. Now we are just checking, did the funds delay in coming, or the statutory arrangement of 6 monthly as agreed with the IMF was complied with? That's what we are trying to establish, so that we know whether it's your fault or not.
Oh, no, but that's why I'm indicating that mostly they come on time.
No, there's no mostly issue here. Wait. There's a record that we are speaking to. So from where you sit, you have access to the record. You know what transpired. We just want you to confirm whether the funds did come or they did not come. Not mostly what happens. We want to see what happened exactly.
Honorable, this specific one did not come in time.
What do you mean? You mean 2023, it didn't come? 2024, by mid-year 2024, it didn't come? By end year 2024, it didn't come? What do you mean it didn't come in time?
Honorable, you are referring to 2 billion. And out of the 2 billion, we have a difference of 155 million. And that is what I'm speaking to. And I'm saying that that very one did not come in time.
My follow-up question is 2023. So meaning the whole of 2024, there is no funds flowing into the account. All the way you waited 2023 until 2025? Is that what you are telling the committee?
If I may come in before you establish, just let's remind you that you are under oath. You are at the Public Accounts Committee public hearings. I assume you are a professional, and that is more important. Now, if there's a record, you don't control the record. The record is as you have it. And so what we are just trying to establish is, what is the record? Did the money come and you didn't administer it well, or it didn't come and factors were beyond your control? This is just something we are trying to establish. Then you'll be whispering to Chief Director, whispering to Minister, for them to tell you what? Are they the one controlling your professionalism? Tell us what it is.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable, I have indicated that, and as already alluded to by the Honorable the Chair of the Committee, that under the program, 2 billion was allocated for the payment of caterers. All came as on schedule. And I'm saying that, and it's on record, that 155 million did not come on schedule, and that inflow was supposed to have come in 2023 and came in 2025. And that is why when you do all these sums, you sum up all the caterer payment, the inflow against the claims, there will be an excess of what we have agreed with the auditors here. Thank you.
So this case, if the auditors wouldn't have come, what would have happened to the money?
Honorable, the funds comes and there is a dedicated account that the funds goes in, and it is used solely for caterer payment and nothing more.
Thank you very much. You know why I'm insistent on this? I was handling school feeding at the Ministry of Finance, so I know what I'm talking about. So we are asking Ministry of Finance to provide us with payment of caterer fees right from 2023 to end of January 2025. And so, Clerk, please note this down and let's write to Ministry of Finance that we are asking for evidence of caterer payments from January 2023 to January 2025. And then we will know the next decision to take. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, may I make some addition that as we request from the Ministry of Finance for the releases, can we also ask a controller to furnish you with actual releases that came to the ministry? I mean within the same
Usually
duration.
when you write to Ministry of Finance controller, they'll take evidence from controller as well. So that should be fine. Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
you.
The auditors, based on the response, do you have any comment?
No.
Now, let me ask you my final question. When the auditors came, were you there?
Yes, Honorable.
Did you interact with the auditors?
Yes.
And did you explain the way you are telling this committee the same way to the auditors?
Okay. Yes, Honorable.
And they still rejected 319 million.
Okay. Yes. Honorable, as we indicated, we did the reconciliation with them, and we agreed that these are excesses that will be not needed, considering the payables at the time. So it was an agreement with them.
But why did you include that? You will hear from us. You will. Minister, you and your team, you are discharged. May we call the
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
May we call Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs.
Ministry.
Clerk, could you administer the oath, please?
Put your thumb first. It's the same thing. I, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So
Honorable Minister, could you and your delegation introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm here with my directors from the ministry, and I'm Honorable Ibrahim Ahmed, Member of Parliament for the good people of Bana, and Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs.
AKA
Menstru.
Yeah.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Amin Abdul Rahman. I'm the Chief Director of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Dela Kemevo. I'm the Director General Administration at the Local Government Ministry. Thank you.
Are you related to Mauli Kemevo? You look so much like him. You are. Oh, may his soul rest in peace.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Richie JC, Director of Procurement for the Ministry of Local Government. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Eric Banwe Yele, the Financial Controller of the Ministry. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kweku Kwanza. I'm Head of Environmental Health and Management Unit of the Ministry. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Solomon Angel, Chief Accountant at the Ministry.
Okay, Honorable Digraph Payto will start at page 78.
Chairman, is it 79 or 78? Because 79 is what I have here.
I have 79. So yours is 78.
It's 78.
Okay, go ahead. 79.
Because 79 is what it says.
No, it says 78. And Honorable Edem Agbana has 79.
Wow. Okay. You are so 79, so that's what I work on. Okay, Minister, thank you. You're welcome. There is this indebtedness of 3.1 billion Ghana cedis outstanding, scheduled to be traced. I want to know, why is it so?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm here with the Chief Accountant, and with your permission, he will speak to it.
Honorable Chair, thank you. This issue relates to template issues. The template the auditors were using from Ministry of Finance has this commitments, but they were not in our template, so they could not reconcile the two. They were not in our template for these reasons. We've categorized the 3.1 billion into 4. The first one relates to sanitation issues. There is this 1.5 billion that relates to just one group of companies. At the time of the audit, though the contracts were signed at the ministry, payments were being done at DACF. So at the time of the audit, we could not obtain sufficient documentation from DACF to be able to speak to it. So it was excluded from our schedule that was given to the auditors. There's this construction at the newly created regions, Jusano Limited, construction of 3 normal senior bank loans for RCC. At the time of the audit, the amount of 171,475.81 was standing in the books at MOF as commitment outstanding. But at the time of it, we had paid all IPCs, and the project has been completed. And so we asked the auditors to exclude this from the commitment. There's 1.2 billion that relates to construction of the market at Takrady and then Kumasi. Though the ministry has the contract, but payments were being handled at Ministry of Finance. So we didn't have sufficient information to validate and include it in our schedule. So both parties agreed that this should be excluded from our schedule. And the last one of 8.2 million relates to toilet for all projects that were being handled under the SY Ministry of Sanitation, Water and Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. And as we speak, we did our best to get documentation, especially the payments, to be able to include it in our schedule, but we were not able. We were told the document of the XY Ministry has been sent to archives. And so we were not able to include it in our schedule.
Sorry. Let me come in here, please. They were sent to archives.
Yes, and I will.
We are talking about 2024 documents. We are now in 2026 as we consider this. And just 2 years, the evidence has been sent to archives. Is that how they do at the ministries? 2 years and it's at archives. What are they hiding from the auditors?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is the reason why we are all here. The truth of the matter is that this transaction took place at the erstwhile Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, and it was under the leadership of Honorable Cecilia Abnadapa. And I think it was 2019. So even though we are in 2026, it is 10 years, 5 years or 6 years now. So we did our best, but the good news is that the officers who handled this transaction are still at post in other ministries. So when Mantin went to them that they should bring the information, and they said it has been sent to archives, my good self, I said this is not acceptable. So I must commend the auditors for doing a very good job. And one of them is still at the Ministry of Defense, at the Director of Procurement. And he did the procurement then. Then the other one is at the Ministry of Trade. So even if they say the documents are sent to archives, the officers are still there. And that is, we don't have prosecutorial powers that even though we are ministry to ministry, because of this we are doing this. And that's why we have come here. So what we will plead with you is that we will serve you with the names. And this committee will summon them. Because archives, I don't know, the thing is not up to 10 years and you are taking them, you say that they've been sent to archives. And, Mr. Chairman, we have the names of the contractors here and the contracts. And it has to do with the government policy of toilet for all before 2020. And these contracts were awarded, the ministry, the information we had from our ministry, and the reason why we went to them for the information was that they were giving mobilization and they didn't go to site. And the contractors went on site, went on monitoring with the ministry team, the then ministry team, not local government, the then Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation. They went on site and realized that the work was not done. Therefore, they were coming back to either abrogate the contract and re-award. But here is the case, mobilization had already been given. So the matter was complicated. The director for procurement was one Mr. Theophilus Okan. He is still at the Ministry of Defense. And Mr. Bright Odro Kwatin, he is now Director of Finance at the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness. So they are still alive. They are still in public service. And I don't want to be a victim of what the Bible says, that I was made to answer questions for which I have no idea about. So, Mr. Chairman, you can fall on them and we will come and explain. We have the documents, and if it is the view of this committee that we should serve you we should lay it, we can lay it to you. The contractors need construction of 300 household toilets in Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, construction of 200 household toilets in Tamale, construction of this and this. The contractors and their names with the amount are here, and we make them available to the committee. You call them, and directors are ever ready to give whatever information you want us to give to you. And once again, I must commend the auditors. We were not given. It is good that, as for you, you were given.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, in the letter that we wrote to you, we also mentioned that you bring in anybody who was related to it. So you could have come with them, because today, just before you came in, the Minister for Gender brought in the former Chief Director of the Gender Ministry. So clearly, you could have also brought them in to have made the work easier for all of us today. And then we could have summoned them in, because in the letter we were clear that we would also want to see those who were at post when these infractions occurred.
Madam Chairperson, you are right. My good self, I was very annoyed with the disrespect to me as a minister, and being a member of Parliament and knowing very well that the Auditor General is part of Parliament. That is why I said, if they give us the answer that they have sent those documents to National Archives, I will come here. I know the next plan of action that my chairperson, your good self, and the hardworking members of the committee were going to do. I didn't want to be like, I'm over pestering him. I was, to be honest with you, I've just come from opposition. We were all part of those who were pursuing those matters in opposition. So I didn't want it to be personal or something like that. So you may forgive me with that. But that's why I've served you with their names. And my intention of mentioning their names is not for good, bad reason, but to make sure that what happened at the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, our defense document will not be sent to archives in the next days. That's why I mentioned their names. Then you call them, the information, whatever, it must be brought. The team itself confirmed that they went around and most of the contractors defaulted. And they were going to abrogate, repackage, and re-award. But you can't do that if you have not followed up with the mobilization that was given. That's why we are bringing the information to you. So if you want all of us to come, you schedule a date, then call them. Whenever you want us to reappear, we'll reappear. This is a matter of much importance to all of us. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, that's exactly what we are going to do. Clerk, get the list of all these people. We are going to invite all of them. Also invite the minister and the current people out there. And wherever the documents are, they will have to come with them. You pay somebody mobilization to go and work. The person doesn't do it, takes the money. Then you come back, you want to abrogate this contract and repackage it and give it to somebody. Now, what I don't understand is the Ministry of Local Government, you were making payments for contracts that you don't have the contracts. You don't have the documents. Anyway, when all of you come, we'll do it live.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to make a bit correction or clarification. These were outstanding claims submitted to us, but there were no supporting documents. You have sent the documents to National Archives. Who is going to pay your outstanding claims? There is no evidence to initiate payment, and that is why the amounts were not paid. The contrast, the decision of the former ministry was to abrogate, repackage, and re-award. Fortunately for them, the elections went the other way, and the ministry was collapsed. And I said, my ministry will not repackage anything because we have nothing to start with. Let the auditors bring the facts, then we'll go and face Public Accounts Committee. And that's why we are here. So we have not paid anything for no document to support us. It was all things happened in the former Sanitation Ministry.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member.
Chairman, thank you. Minister, could you see it's better to appear before the committee? All this thing is a hidden things that we do not know. But as you yourself, you are here, you were able to explain thoroughly to the committee. And therefore, whatever document you brought shall be the evidence that the committee will depend on it to get others. But let me ask you, Finance Man, when you are talking, you made mention of, is it 1.7, 1.2, you agree with the auditors to frag out. Can you explain that one? And what is the reason you agree with them to frag that one out?
Thank you. We agreed because the project has been completed and handed over. The outstanding commitments relates to a portion of the contract, which is consultancy fee for the architects. That's why we agreed that that one should be cancelled, because the consultancy fee will be paid to the consultants.
So did the auditors agree to your proposal you submitted to them?
Yes, please.
Auditors, can you confirm that?
Honorable Chair, we agreed with them, and that is why we have indicated, on the page that based on the schedule we had from the Ministry of Finance, and when we compared with the schedule they provided to us, those amounts, because they could not support them, we had to treat them as a difference.
Chairman, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
The Chairman, the 1,774,000 was in relation to the former Minister of Reorganization and Regional Reorganization. And it is not today's issue. That was in connection with the 6 new regions, the bungalows that were constructed in those regions. So the 3 normal bungalows were in connection with we also as Western North regional bungalows for the officers there.
Honorable Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, on page 79 of the report, your ministry has been cited for duplicate transaction reported, or some outstanding claims were identified as having been in duplicate to the tune of 408 million Ghana cedis, involving payments to 8 different contractors, including the Jospon Group of Companies, Obmike's Construction and Suppliers, Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, China State, and all of that. Minister, kindly walk us through the process by which a claim is initiated at the Ministry of Local Government before submission to the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, once again, this matter has been dealt with, but because of the questions that have been attached to it, I remember Mango self and the Minister for Finance, together with the auditors, we all met. They all agreed that we were right. But by the template they are working with, they could not just take it out, just like that. So once again, I will let the Chief Accountant speak to it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. They were not duplicates, as my minister has explained. If you look at the heading of the auditor's report, it says 408 million duplicate transaction reported in the schedule received from MOF, Ministry of Finance. So our template was not capturing the duplicate. The duplicates were in the template they received from Ministry of Finance. And then let me explain also that we are talking of, if you look into the various items, there were some they are saying BTAs. These amounts were included in the BTA, so that's why we rejected. They were given a template of outstanding commitments and claims. Then during the course of the audit, Ministry of Finance also teased out of the claims a schedule of BTAs outstanding. So in the course of the audit, if they have validated an item at BTA, then they will no longer validate it at the claims level. And so I remember at the validation at Ministry of Finance, I was strongly objecting to the word rejection. I was thinking it should be cancelled. So we agree with auditors that once they validated the items at BTA level, the items should be removed from the claims schedule. And then to your question, the consultant will submit the IPC on behalf of the contractor. First, the contractor will even request for payment through the consultant. The contractor will attach the IPC and supporting documents. The ministry will now initiate the process of payment through a release on the system and scan all the documents with a covering letter from the Chief Director to Ministry of Finance. Once it is approved at Ministry of Finance, then they will release the funds on the system, and then we'll go ahead to process the amount or the IPC on the system. After processing, the PV will also go back to Ministry of Finance for approval. Before they will also approve it, and it will go to Controller Accountant General. Then Controller Accountant General will now work on it and then put a BTA on it before we can pay.
Mr. Chairman, my follow-up question is, was there an exit? Did you have an exit meeting with the auditors?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The exit meeting was done at Ministry of Finance. So this issue was trashed out. But like my minister said, it is a template issue. They said the template they are working with, that's how it has to be.
Mr. Chairman, my last question will be, does the ministry maintain a live database system where, but for the audit, your own internal control systems would have detected issues of duplicates, but for the audit?
Honorable Chair, thank you. Yes. If you look at item 6, erection and completion of one normal 3-story RCC admin block as if you also in the Western North. This one, we have received the BTA and actually received the amount. But we had issues with the documents submitted by the consultant. And so we didn't pay. And then the money was swept back. As we speak now, those documentations have not been completed. And so we are waiting for them to complete the documentations. And then we will put in a request to controller for the BTA, the amount swept to be released back.
Mr. Chairman, can the auditors confirm if this issue was trashed out at the exit meeting? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, it was agreed that the amounts were duplicated on the Ministry of Finance schedule, hence we are reported on that, and we had that agreement.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman. I think one thing that keeps coming from several witnesses that have appeared before this committee is the issue of lack of reconciliation. But we hear the witnesses say that they actually input these things into the system. I'm not too sure whether the system you are referring to is the gift mix system. And if it is, how come that these reports are generated and then there will be duplication along the line? I mean, if you can speak to how this can happen, it will clarify some of these things for it. Because lack of reconciliation, we say it and insist that it must be done. But if it is computer-backed, I don't see how this can escape anybody. Please, if you can clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Chair, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the auditor said, it is on record that there was no duplicate from the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. Whether duplicate or cancel or whatever it is, was with the Ministry of Finance. And when we pushed the auditor, they said that is their schedule. The schedule they are working with, they needed to meet before those things will be taken away. So it is not like the Ministry of Local Government duplicated something and went to Ministry of Finance to be put there. Then the second one that you are talking of, that is why there's the need for the exit conference that the Honorable Eden also stated about. Sometimes some of those issues, we are dealing with give-me's. I studied accounting also for up to a level. If you are making input, sometimes you press and you don't take care. You end up inputting one thing twice. But once the auditors were able to do the auditing and came out from the Ministry of Finance and met us with the exit conference, and we all met and realized that, oh, local government did not have this information, that information. We insisted that those things should be cancelled because they were not items on our schedule. And they confirmed that. So if anything at all, it has to deal with the Ministry of Finance and not us.
Okay. And when we invite all the people who actually did it, I think the real story will come out. Ministry of Finance, their rep, is he here? Okay. He will have to appear, and I think we'll get somebody also from Attorney General's office. Honorable Bauer, page 80, please.
Thank you, Chair. Minister Yotin, page 80, the issue there is that you submitted outstanding claims, commitments, and BTAs amounting to about 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. But when the auditors came, you couldn't provide the necessary relevant documents in the form of contract documents, IPCs, and the rest to support the claims. So we want to find out, if you put up this claim, how is it that you are not able to get documents to support it?
Mr. Chairman, once again, I think this question is not different from the first question that was asked. So I will once again ask the Chief Accountant to reiterate how he answered it the first time.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the first question has to do with unreconciled difference. They were in the Ministry of Finance schedule, but they were not in our schedule, so it is unreconciled. And because they were unreconciled, they could not be validated. So that is the issue at page 80. So here they are adding the BTAs to the unreconciled commitment to arrive at the 3.2.
So it's not about documentation.
Yes, please.
Because the issue here is about documents not being provided. That's the issue here. But you are now talking about reconciliation. What I'm asking for is documents to support these claims.
Honorable Chair, because they were not in our schedules, like I said in the answer to the first question, we could not provide the documents to support those commitments and claims in the MOF schedule, as well as the BTA. With respect to the BTAs, some of the BTAs relates to transactions that were processed at the RCCs and then erstwhile Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. We didn't have those documents to provide to the auditors. And so we wrote, with regards to the BTAs that were with the RCCs, we wrote to the RCCs to provide their supporting documents to the auditors. And then the aspect that has to do with Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. I'm aware some of the contractors submitted their documents, but they were left with confirmations. So that's the issue.
Honorable Chair, I believe in order for us to get to the bottom of this matter, just like you suggested, unless we get the former staff, and then also the officials of the Ministry of Finance.
All right, you are right. The minister wants to talk. Oh, sorry, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I believe my very respected friend did not hear what you said when you said you invite Mr. Bright Odru and Mr. Theophilus Okai for all of us to reappear. These were the unsupported documents that he said he sent to National Archives. So he was not here when you said that. But we will avail ourselves anytime, any day.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next page is 821. Honorable Nancy J.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable Minister, this is on page 80 of the special audit. And this one talks about, page 81, sorry, page 81. This one talks about, the first one is the 1.1 billion in projects lacking commencement certificates. And the second one is the unauthorized 228 million expenditure involving Jospon group of companies. So if you can speak about the first one, the 1.1 billion in projects lacking commencement certificates. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the commencement certificate was issued by the Ministry of Finance. We did not have a copy. When we engaged them, they had a duplicate copy of this at the Ministry of Finance. So when both sides, including the auditors, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Finance, and the auditors met at the headquarters of the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Finance agreed that they were going to use the commencement certificate that they had. But we could not have a copy.
Auditors, please, has this been tendered in as evidence?
Honorable Chair, we have not received those commencement certificates.
Auditor,
Mr. Chairman, my answer was that the Ministry of Finance had a duplicate copy of the commencement certificate, and they were requesting the original from us. But because we did not have the original, but because it was issued by the same Ministry of Finance, they agreed that they would rely on this. The auditors were there, and that was what we agreed on at the headquarters of the Ministry of Finance on the date that was, I think it was 2nd September. And at that meeting, the duplicate copy was with the Ministry of Finance. So it is not like the document wasn't there, but because they were expecting us to produce the original.
Thank you very much, Minister.
So they agreed that they will use it, and that was the decision. The Honorable Atufosi, Honorable Ampinyako were there with their duplicate.
Auditors, can you please confirm these statements made by the Honorable Minister, please?
Honorable Chair, I recall that they indicated that they didn't have the originals and that they were going to work with the Ministry of Finance to provide us with the commencement certificate. As at now, we still have not received it.
Mr. Chairman, what I said was the duplicate from the Ministry of Finance was with the Ministry of Finance at that meeting. I think that was the clarification you needed to request from him. But to say we were going to bring the duplicate that we are holding, how can we say we are going to produce the original when we said it that we didn't have it? And as at the time it was issued, Mr. Chairman, you know, me, I was here. I was here. So the duplicate, they're struggling to get there. And the Minister for Finance agreed that, it is the same Minister of Finance that was holding the duplicate copy. So they agreed that they were going to use that one to regularize those things because it was the duplicate certificate with the Minister of Finance. If you say that we should go and bring original of the duplicate you are holding, when that was not there, Mr. Chairman.
But Minister, this public funds, 1.1 billion, the Minister for Local Government, at least if they have the duplicate, get a duplicate and give it to your subordinates. But if you come here and you tell us that the duplicate is with the Ministry of Finance, and if you left it with them, then I find it very difficult to understand, Minister.
Honorable Member, just like the Minister explained, Ministry of Finance already has a duplicate. The Ministry of Finance, yes. So we'll get to the bottom of it when we invite the former employees out there and anybody else, clerk, anybody else connected to these transactions from sanitation, whatever, Ministry of Local Government, they should all come. And the Ministry of Finance should also come. And the auditors will be there. And
Mr. Chairman, you are aware that the certificate you are talking of was issued by the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, and they have a duplicate.
And they have a duplicate. So there is nothing to argue about at all. And they agreed they were going to work with the duplicate.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Minister, I understand the position of the auditors. I mean, in auditing, original is different from duplicate. So maybe that is why they were insisting on that. So maybe you should go with it. Yeah.
Okay, the next question is Honorable Faustina Eleplim. Oh, you are not done. I'm sorry. Just a minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, the second one is on the just 228 million understatement. I want to find out why works were allowed to commence on the IRECOP, forgive me for my pronunciation, and wastewater projects prior to PPP committee approval in November 2024. Thank you. And I also want to find out who authorized the contractors to begin the work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ARECOPs were also contract with the erstwhile Ministry of Sanitation, but the Chief Accountant will speak to it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have the PPE Committee's approval and letters to that effect. What the auditors are stating here is that when they requested Judicial Group to confirm the claims in our schedule, the confirmations were more than what we had by 228 million. So it is not from us, it's from just one group of companies. We just have to sit with just one group of companies for them to give us evidence of the 228 they submitted to the auditors. But per the claims that we have, and we are satisfied, we didn't have the 228.
Thank you very much. Finance Director. Chief Accountant.
Chief Accountant.
Chief Accountant, thank you very much for your answer. But have you per chance sat down with Jospon to ascertain the truth in this, so that the good people of Ghana will know that their 280 million has been taken care of. Have you sat down with just one?
Honorable Chair,
Let
yes.
me answer. Mr. Chairman, you know this House passed the Sanitation and Pollution Levy. And it was that Sanitation and Pollution Levy money that was used with that PPP to do the articles. And the payment were done directly by the Ministry of Finance. So the IPCs that the ministry received definitely are those figures that were tendered in. But because the payment was done at the Ministry of Finance, Jospon will go there directly to go and collect his money. And sometimes when such things happen, they don't write back to the chief accountant or the financial controller of the Ministry of Local Government to know ABCD has been paid. So this audit and this hearing will now empower us and give consequential directives that next time, let the ministry also become a clearance point. All the matters we are speaking to today, because the payments are done at the Ministry of Finance and no advice is given back to the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. That's why those things happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I heard the minister mention that there are instances when the Ministry of Finance will just make payments on their behalf. But the government's financial architecture do not do that. Maybe in the past, but ever since government started with, this GIFMIS, the payment structure has changed, and every institution, every MDA is supposed to initiate their own expenditure. So I find it very troubling if that is still the case.
Mr. Chairman, you know the Sanitation and Pollution Levy, the funds were sitting with the Ministry of Finance, and the payment were done directly from there. As for the issues you are talking of in connection with the articles and those things, because the Ministry of Finance will not have time to be able to be verifying those certificates. Ours is to receive the certificates. Then, if they are verified, our thing will add a covering letter, then forward them to the Ministry of Finance. My point is, the reason why the Jospon figures were more than those ones that we sent is the reason why the auditors have brought this, but not that the monies have been paid. If we don't send certificates, the Ministry of Finance will not pay.
Okay. That's what you said, Minister. So let's move on to Honorable Faustina Akurugu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the infraction is failure to maintain aging analysis. The report says that no aging analysis was maintained by the ministry. I want to ask, why did the ministry fail to maintain an aging analysis for arrears, commitments, and BTAs, despite this being a basic financial management requirement?
Mr. Chairman, my information is that we were not asked, and this wasn't part of the audit. And more so, because it's a new ministry, and because of the tripod, 3 ministries are merging together. So some of those things takes time before they are done. But even if we were asked, this is the answer we could have given, and the effort we are making. So my chief accountant may throw more light on that.
Honorable Chair, thank you. I don't recall the auditors asking us for aging analysis when they came for the audit.
But you are the Financial, what? You are the accountant.
I would say the chief accountant.
You are the chief accountant. Thank you very much. So, you said the auditors didn't ask you for it. But if they didn't ask you for it, why are they writing here that you don't have it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, as my minister rightly said, they actually didn't ask for the agent analyst, but it's a standard practice that we will have something like that. So you see, this audit was done somewhere in April, May. At the time, we were still collating information from the merged ministries. You know, Sanitation came on board, Chieftaincy came on board, you know, so we're still in the process. So at the time, even though they didn't ask, at least on our own, we were trying to get all the data.
But you didn't have the data ready at that time, did you?
At the time, they were hesitating.
So then, if they had asked you, you wouldn't have had it?
Yes, at the time that they were hesitating.
So if they had asked you, you wouldn't have had it?
They knew we didn't have, and they said we didn't have.
Well, somewhere here or there. Now, do you have it in place?
Yeah, we have updated our records.
You have updated your records conveniently. Hey, we are saying.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam, are you there?
Mr. Chairman, my team is very hardworking. If you ask and they don't get it for you, it means it doesn't exist. But they can get the information. We track even sometimes up to district level. And I must commend them for that. But thank God, the auditors are also on us. Be on us like that. And we'll always be on our feet.
Honorable Minister, I think, anyway, prepare because we'll be calling you back with your former employees. And the auditors will also be here. You are not done?
No, please.
Oh, okay, then continue. Because
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My further findings shows that heavy concentration of liabilities in October to December 2024. The audit shows that 3 billion plus out of the 7 billion, which is about 57% of total obligation, occurred between October and December 2024. What explains the usual high concentration of 3 billion in commitments, claims, and arrears within just a short time of 3 months period?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is because most of the capital releases are done at the fourth quarter. A chunk of the budget of capital expenditure is done at the end of the fourth quarter. So that you will see that.
Why is it so?
Honorable Chair, I think Ministry of Finance can best answer this question.
You know that is not true. You start your processes for capital acquisition or capital expenditure acquisition. It takes forever. It has nothing to do with Ministry of Finance. Take us through the process of the release of capital expenditure, and then people will understand that it has nothing to do with Ministry of Finance. It has everything to do with the MDA. You go through the process, your procurement, everything. By the time you are done, it's somewhere in September. And that is when you put in your request and the Ministry of Finance pays you. So you don't sit and accuse Ministry of Finance of giving or sending capital expenditure late in the year, because it is the process the MDAs, go through to acquire capital expenditure. So please, take us through.
Madam Chairperson, you are right. What you said is what happens. And that's why I told you that you are coming before those who know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, engagement of non-compliant vendors. The audit found that some vendors with outstanding arrears and payables did not have business registration documents, SNIT, VAT, tax clearance certificates on file. Why did the ministry engage the process without these requirements from the vendors?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Almost all the these contracts we're talking about were contracts that were contracted during the Ministry of Regional Reorganizations. And so when that ministry was collapsed and they were merged with the Ministry of Local Government, we are unable to trace most of these documents. The documents that we have on file mostly are the contracts. But the procurement process file, the ministry doesn't have. It's the procurement process file that you see these tax clearance and the state clearance. The ministry did not have those documents at the time of the audit. Thank you.
Thank you. How many of such vendors were identified, and what total amount of the contract was payable to them?
We didn't have the please, a moment, let me look at the appendix. Please, at a glance, we are talking about 80 of such contracts.
Thank you. Do you know that it's a breach of procurement and the PFM requirements? Are you aware?
Chair, thank you. I'm aware, but like I explained, these were contracts. Most of them were awarded during the time of Ministry of Regional Reorganization. We just inherited them, and we didn't have access to the procurement files. There were also some from Ministry of Chieftaincy and the then Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. We are still collating these documents.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Member.
This regional reorganization was under Honorable Dambuchi. And when the merger came, he was the minister. So how come the documents could not be traced?
Chair, permit to say the minister might not be the one in charge of those documents. It is a technocrat. So when we contacted our procurement officer who is here, he said they only handed to him the contracts. The procurement, even to some of the contracts, the procurement processes far was not handed to the ministry.
My point is, the Ministry of Reorganization was at the Office of the President, Annex, and there's a merger. Then you go, sometimes, let's be clear on some of those things. And luckily, it's the same person who is the minister. If you wanted such information, it's a matter of going to the office building of the Office of the President Annex. The minister, once is the same person, even when West come to West, ask him, he will know which officer to tell you to go to. Did you do that? JC?
Honorable Minister.
If you didn't, then let's go and track it, because this should not be something that should appear in our books.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I thought I was the one to ask questions and you answering, but since you are questioning your own people, we invite you back.
And we will go and call the procurement officer at the erstwhile Ministry of Reorganization,
yes,
like we are doing with sanitation.
Yes.
And when we do that, we'll be able to get these things, because these are not things that happen under them.
Yes.
You ask somebody and he provide. The back stop with us. And those sanitation, the chief director, I learned he's also at the Ministry of Trade.
Wow.
So we call them, they will give us the information. And his name is Mr. Noah Tumfo.
All right. I'm sure he's watching.
Oh, Mr. Noah Tumfo will come. He was the chief director.
Yes.
And he's now the chief director at the Ministry of Trade.
Okay.
Then Mr. Theophilus Okan.
Yes.
He's the director of procurement at the Ministry of Defense.
Yes.
Then Mr. Bright Odru.
Yes.
He's also at the Ministry of Trade.
Yes. They are still in active service. And this is the best way to clear some of those things. Enough of mentioning politicians' name. When the person is there, you were at the Ministry of Sanitation, you say that all the documents are sent to National Archives, then you go to Defense. Then what will you do there? You know definitely you can give the same answer that the national documents are National Archives.
Yes.
We can't tolerate that. But none of us seated here, we know the fire we have gone through.
Yes.
We can't come and be carrying such. So we will bring them. Thank you.
Minister, you will hear from us soon. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are grateful for your recession and the good job that you have done. The auditors too, we thank you. We'll always not be running like mosquitoes chasing us. We'll all find the solution. You've done a very good job for Mother Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we call Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources.
He's not like you to talk, so you can stay off. Your boss is here. No, you can stay off. Your boss is here. Master, let's go. Yes, are you here? I, Yusuf Suleimana,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, could you introduce yourself and your delegation, please?
Chairman, my name is Suleiman Yusuf. I'm the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
and I'm here to represent my minister who is on an official assignment to the Western region.
Have you forgotten where he's gone to? He said.
Do you want me to mention the?
No.
You don't want me to mention where he's gone to?
Not that I don't want you to mention. It was as if you had forgotten where he's gone to.
I wanted to mention, but I thought it was not necessary.
And you are MP for?
I mean, you want to know, I'm the MP for Bole Bamboy.
Okay.
And that is where the president is coming from.
I know. So today we are going to send you to him. Send all the fireworks through you to him.
Thank you. So my directors will introduce themselves, starting from my left.
My name is Ben Sinejeev, Land Valuation Division, Shivalwa.
My name is Anthony Uswansa, Executive Secretary, Lands Commission.
I'm Hugh Brown, Chief Executive, Forestry Commission.
My name is Innocent Aligan, the Chief Director for the Ministry.
My name is Randolph Chimbesiankra, Chief Executive Officer of Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation.
My name is Dr. Siraj Tanko, the Financial Controller, Minister of Lands and Natural Resources.
My name is Grace Kokomensa, Financial Controller, GIADEC.
All right, let's start with Honorable Phyllis Nakoyo, page 117 to page 119.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 117. Page 117. Out of a total of 1,927,000 plus submitted in cities, 3 million plus approximately making 16% was rejected. The reason for the rejection suggests serious administrative failures, including duplicate entries, claims for payments which have already been made. Now, the amount to be justified stands at 3,703.72 plus million, and these are funds that cannot be paid because there is no supporting documents or third-party confirmation, and there are no record keeping to these documents. Aside that, the duplicated arrears also flagged about 80 million plus, which means that the ministry attempted to claim the same debt more than once, which is a major red flag for either gross incompetence or attempted fraud. Now, when it comes to the liabilities of the MDAs, which is about 165 million plus cedis, the auditors therefore rejected because it belonged to a different ministry, department, or agency. Now, my question regarding the duplicated claims is, how did 80 million in duplicated arrears pass through the ministry's internal audits and accounting controls before being submitted to the Ministry of Finance? Is there any active investigations into whether these were deliberate attempts to siphon funds? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think the issues raised are indeed contained in this report, and we are here to provide solutions to them. It's true that the ministry, especially when it comes to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, with specific reference to the Lands Commission, they do some valuations for other ministries or other agencies. And when they do that, there are some who pay the monies to the ministry and the ministry will pay to the people that are supposed to be compensated. So, for instance, if there's a road that is supposed to be constructed, the Land Valuation Division of the Lands Commission will do evaluation of the affected areas in terms of the people who are supposed to be compensated. And this amount of money is supposed to be paid to those people. In some cases, it is given to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to pay to them, and in some cases to those agencies who pay directly to the affected people. In this case, the monies were paid directly to the affected people, but we were having this in our books. We're anticipating that the money would have been given to us.
Honorable Minister, with all due respect, this is a report on your ministry ending December 2024. And with all due respect, you were not there. I'm sure somebody from your ministry was there and know what happened. Can we allow the technocrats who created this infraction speak to it, please?
Chairman, thank you.
Yeah,
except to say that, of course, as a lead person,
yes,
I sat with them to appreciate the issues. Where there's the need for me to allow them to bring clarification to the issues, we'll do it. All I was just trying to do is to set the pace so that people are aware that when the land valuation people do valuation, in some cases, the compensation is paid directly to the affected people or is paid through the ministry. And then I now allow the technical people, that's why they are here, to give the details. Thank you for the advice.
Yes. See, you don't want to take responsibility for something you didn't do. Technical people, speak up.
So land valuation.
Mr. Chairman, so this instance, the valuation done for agencies like Ministry of Roads and Highways, Urban Roads, Bui Dam, they take it upon themselves to pay the compensation. We advise on the amount to be paid. But the acquisition that has been done by the Ministry of Lands and Forestry, which starts from the acquisition, publication of the executive instruments, right up to when compensation has been done, then we write through our sector minister to the Ministry of Finance, asking for release of funds. And the money is given to us to pay the affected persons. But the ones that, like the ongoing road projects, the contractor, together with the Ministry of Highways, take it upon themselves to pay the compensation. And then it is expected that they will give us receipts, having paid the money. So that is what happened. It shouldn't be in the books of Ministry of Lands and Forestry. It should be in the books of Ministry of Roads and Highways.
But why is it there?
We were asked to advise on how much compensation we pay. So after the evaluation, we advise them how much they should pay.
Honorable Member, continue.
So I would want to know, were the compensations paid?
As far as I know, we advise the Ministry of Roads and Highway. And as far as we know, we don't know whether it's been paid or not. The one that is incumbent on us to write, asking for release of funds, that one I can speak to, but these ones, the Ministry concerned is the one who can confirm whether it's been paid or not. Sometimes they ask the contractor to pay, and then later they reimburse him, so I wouldn't know whether it's been paid or not.
So per the advice you gave to the ministry, right? The ministry, right?
Roads and Highways. Yeah.
Roads and Highways.
Yeah.
You didn't do a follow-up on whether they made payments of compensations or not?
So we asked them that when payment is, we even expect that they'll involve us in the payment. So we have receipts for records purposes. But they never called us for payment.
Okay, so regarding payments made again, that has already been made. So 30.9 million was rejected because payments had already been made. But these payments or these amounts of monies were still being maintained in your arrears ledgers. Can you speak to that? Thank you.
Yes, item.
The
30.9
million compensation claims already paid. Yes, like I was saying, this was work projects undertaken by highways and highways. So the burden of payment should be in the books of Ministry of Highways. It shouldn't be in the books of Lands and Natural Resources. Madam Chair, am I clear?
Can the auditors confirm this for us, please?
Honorable Chair, these payments had already been made and they were included in the schedule, and that is what we have reported on.
Mr. Chairman, if I may come in, for these particular ones, my understanding is that the ministry gave some advice to the affected ministries. But of course, these were also sitting in our accounts. And I think the error occurred when we forwarded this information to the Ministry of Finance. And so in rejecting it, I think the auditors are right to have rejected it. And so I do not think that we should argue over this issue. Yes, it was rejected because it was wrongly transferred to, or it was wrongly transmitted to the Ministry of Finance.
You see, Honorable Minister, this is the thing. Why would who made that error? And we see what we want to do is to make sure we are trying to find out some of the issues that happen at these ministries, departments, and agencies. If those IPCs have already been paid, why would you carry it on again in your paperwork?
Honorable, one thing that I will say is that when the Lands Commission is written to do valuation for agencies to acquire land or to make payments, we advise the agencies that when payments are made, advice slip should be given back to the commission so that we keep it in our books. When that is not done, then those kind of double records will also happen in our books. But we don't do acquisition for our own sake. We do it in the interest of the public for other agencies.
Isn't there an issue there?
Yeah.
Somebody is supposed to report to you after the payment, but they don't report to you. Isn't there a problem?
It is, Honorable.
And that's what we are trying to find a solution to.
Exactly.
So what should be the solution?
Probably when we offer the advice, as part of the advice that we give, we have to indicate to the agencies that when payment is made, they have to notify us so that we also update our record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want some clarification from the Land Valuation Board, the CEO.
Executive Secretary.
The Executive Secretary. Is your responsibility to do valuation or to pay compensation? Because per the explanation, you do the valuation and the Road Ministry pays the compensation. So if yours is to do valuation and the other agency you say should have this in their books, does the compensation, how come claims were prepared for the Finance Ministry to honor?
Thank you very much, Honorable. Per the Lands Act 1036, before the Lands Commission conduct or do any valuation for any agency, the agency should be able to deposit money in an escrow account to indicate that after the compensation has been done or the land has been acquired, money is available to pay. So in that case, the Lands Commission will have to get access to the money and then pay the money to the affected claimant. And there are so many instances that the Lands Commission do the payment. But there are some also other agencies, other instances where agencies prefer to do the payment themselves. So in that case, when they do the payment, we expect that they will give us receipt for us to update our records, as I mentioned earlier. But there are a lot of instances we go ahead, get the money, do the compensation and also do the payment for them.
What is the law? It's not about what other agencies prefer. What is the law and how do you enforce it?
Per the Act 1036, we are supposed to do the valuation and supposed to get the money and then do the compensation payment also. That's what the law says.
Okay, so with the specific origin of 165 million plus, that's the liability of another MDA. Why was the ministry attempting to validate debt that belonged to another entity?
So take it up and let's see. From the ministry. He wants to know the specific irregularity.
165 million for MDA. Liabilities of another MGA. Number 3, yes.
It's a lands. Number 3.
Number 3.
I think it's a sound of...
Yeah. They are all part of the initial issues, actually.
Yes, and I'm asking why the ministry was attempting to validate the debt that belonged to another entity.
Probably the ministry, if that was made, probably the ministry didn't know that payment have already been made. So probably they will have to write back to either the agency or to Ministry of Finance for payment to be made. Maybe that's why that occurred.
Is there any reason why the ministry shouldn't know that payment has been made or not?
For payment, that's what I mentioned earlier on, that the agencies don't send receipt back. That's why that occurred to us.
Is there any reason why the ministry shouldn't know that payment has been made or not?
That's what I mentioned earlier on, that the agencies don't send receipt back to us for us to update our records.
Sir, what is the law? What is the law?
The law says that, per the Act 1036, as I mentioned earlier on, the commission is responsible for acquiring lands for government agency.
Yes.
The commission is supposed to do valuation.
Yes.
The commission is supposed to get the money and do compensation payment.
Why is someone else paying compensation, not through you?
That's another issue, Honorable.
No, that's not another issue.
Because at first, if I may say that, there are now so many judgment debts on the Lands Commission. And the reason is that prior to the Act 1036, the Lands Commission were doing such acquisitions with that money in escrow account, expecting that the agencies would do payment or bring us money to pay. And now almost all our accounts are garnished. So the Act 1036 is saying that before we even go ahead and do acquisition and do assessment for payment, the agency is supposed to deposit money into an escrow account so that when the acquisition is done, then the commission will get the money to do the compensation payment.
Are you enforcing it?
Yeah, for now, we don't do acquisitions again if you don't, the money is in the escrow account.
Before 2024, were you enforcing it? Were you there?
I wasn't there, so
you weren't there.
We didn't know. Yes, sir.
No, who were those people who were there? Hey, conveniently, they've all been transferred.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
So these are projects undertaken by Roads and Highway.
Yes.
If you look, the first one is the Eastern Corridor Road, Lot 1, upgrading of Ashama roundabout to Akosombo Junction. Design and build contract. So this was not formally, it didn't come the way we usually do our work. When EI is published, and then we carry out valuation, we ask for a release of funds to pay the claimants. It is a highway authority. I think they awarded a contract to somebody, so most of these ones were paid by the contractors, and then later they will inform us of the payment with receipts. But all these ones, we haven't received any receipt yet to confirm any payment. The Construction of Tema Aflawo Road project is another example.
But, go ahead.
Sir, if you haven't bothered to check whether payments have been done, how then do you lay a claim to it in your books and send to the auditors as part of your arrears or commitments?
Mr. Chairman, we were asked to submit work that we done.
Please. You were asked to submit. You are not sure whether payments have been done or not. You also did not go to find out from the various ministries, departments, and agencies. You were asked to submit. Respectfully, you cannot put the blame on this. You were asked to submit, so you just submitted anything. No, you need to submit things that you can own up to, things that you can speak to, things that you have documentation over. So that tomorrow, if you are asked to submit, you just submit anything that anybody else or anybody at all will bring to you for submission, without cross-checking, without referencing.
Mr. Chairman, I'm guided. Thank you.
I strongly believe that this is a willful neglect of your work. I strongly believe that this is a willful neglect of your work. Because when you go to the PFM Act, 2016 Act 291, it states how, 921, sorry, it states how you, not you in per se, persona, willfully neglects your work. And it states the functions that as a person or as a persona, you need to do to make sure that due diligence is being adhered to. When you go down, it says ignorance is not a rule. When you go to the PFM at section 96 clause 1 subsection A, it specifically states that when you ignore or you use the excuse you don't know, it is not a good reason for you to say that you don't know. The acts or the laws must work in accordance with what is written. So if you sit here to say that you didn't cross-check, they were supposed to report to you, and because they refused to report, you sit down and think that magically or strangely, it should appear somewhere. I'm sorry to say that it doesn't sit well with us.
Chairman, far from defending anybody, the issue is this. There is an agency under the ministry. In 2024, they were asked to submit all their arrears and their claims and what have you to the ministry, which they did. And in their estimation, compensations that are supposed to be paid through them will sit in their books. So they forwarded everything to the ministry, which the ministry forwarded to the Ministry of Finance, only to realize that some agencies, instead of passing the payments through them, have gone ahead to also raise a claim or to even pay using private contractors, so that later on they could be reimbursed. And that is where the problem is coming from. And so for me, the most critical issue here is, how do we get this resolved going into the future? If it is the Ministry of Lands that is supposed to pay compensations as per the law, then all payments are channeled through the Ministry of Lands, and for that matter, the Lands Commission to pay. So that the very reason for which Act 1036 was put in place would become a reality. And that is why there's a need for an escrow account to be opened for such compensations to be paid into, and then the Lands Commission will go ahead to pay. Instead of highways paying, road fund paying, and all of that, when indeed the right person to pay, the right agency to pay is the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. That is where the error is coming from. And again...
But Minister, I understand you, where the error is coming from. And it's coming from your agency. They are the ones to insist that the payment be made through them. The payments have already been paid, have already been made by Ministry of Finance. They are also sending the same claim. At what point will they insist, or at what point will they make sure that this thing is not done? If their claims have gone through, that means there will be double payment.
Chairman, well noted. I think that at our last meeting with the agencies, the minister made it clear that we're going to pursue this issue and get it resolved so that going into the future, the right thing is done. Thank you.
Okay, so on unjustified funds, 372 plus million. What is the timeline for the recovery of the missing documents for the 3,725.9 million cedis? And if these documents do not exist, will these claims be permanently struck out?
Please, can you make reference to the particular page so that we are with you?
So page 117, the first box there, the total of 372,922,32 plus CDs. That's the first box. The total amount, the extreme last end, 372 million plus.
Yes, so that's okay. I mean, initially it was mentioned as 3 million. So it's 372,932,24 Ghana cedi.
Exactly so.
Okay.
So I'm asking, that was the timeline for the recovery of these missing documents, and if the documents do exist, will the claims be permanently struck out, and will the relevant contractors also be blacklisted? Thank you.
Chairman, I think this is a bulk figure. Yes. And it is not only about documents that led to this figure. There are various infractions. And so if we could take them one after the other.
You see, those amounts, like it says at the heading, the amounts should be justified before payment. So whatever claims that you have sent, you need to justify it. Auditors, do you have something to add to this?
Nothing to add. They need to provide the justification so we can validate.
So when you bring the justification, then they will validate it and there may be some payments made.
So when it comes to reclassification of no invoices, an amount of 314,000 plus cedis from claims to commitment due to no invoices. From claims to no invoices, it was referred that the issue being the system of GIVMIS, the usage to prevent uninvoiced claims from being processed. Can you speak to this, please?
Chairman, I think this will have to, we don't have it here as we speak. I mean, it was not an issue that was brought to our attention. And so that's what I'm saying. The whole bulk figure, if we can pick the issues one after the other.
Honorable Minister, these amounts, during the exit interview, I think they went through with your ministry. Did any of your guys attend the exit conference that they did at Ministry of Finance? Was anybody there?
Mr. Nichuga, were you part of the exit conference? You were there, but this issue wasn't brought up.
Oh, but here is a report. Very detailed report. There are two of them. They called your ministry. You were there. And these numbers were there.
That's what I'm insisting that.
And in fact, this report, this is the first time we are seeing this report. We have to download it on the website when we were invited.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Did you go to Ministry of... stay right there. Did you go to Ministry of Finance to talk to the auditors?
Yeah, we went, but when we went, we disagreed with some of their issues. So they said we should go back to our offices. They will let the auditors come back so that they do some re-verification.
We've been joined by our Chief Whip of Parliament, Honorable Defiamapo, and he's going to ask some questions. Please get him a seat by the table so that the cameras can catch him. Have you taken the oath yet? You've taken the oath. Okay, sit down.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Now, you just told the committee that this is the first time you are seeing this report. Is that accurate?
No. Chief, let me respond to this. I mean, for him to say that this is the first time he's seen the reports may be a slip. Yes, what I know is that if he's talking about the whole, what is it called, report like this, then yes. But the issues that concerns his ministry is in the net. And he just said that he downloaded it. And so it will be inaccurate to say that this is the first time he's seen the reports.
Minister, I would wish he would speak himself so that he can take the sweat and not you.
But I'm not sweating.
Honorable Minister, my brother, you and I serve on this committee for 8 good years. So I know you know the ins and outs of this committee. And I know that the response to the question, it's not there. Because you know how the reports are compiled. But I take your answer in good faith. So let me find out from him, at the time that the auditors came to audit the accounts in question, this special audit, were you at post?
Yes, sir, I was at post.
You were at post?
Yes, sir.
So let's start from there. So you engaged the auditors. When they raised the queries, you answered the queries at the time of the audit?
No. So what I was assigned to coordinate the audit process. So anytime they need information, I will liaise with the appropriate agency to provide the information.
So why are you speaking to the issues? You should have told the committee that you were incapable of speaking to the issues. No, hold on. No. A liaison person doesn't mean you were the officers responsible for the audit inquiries or speaking to the issues. Unless you are saying that you are one of the officers who interacted with the auditors when they came to audit the subject matter in question.
No, I only coordinated the whole process. Anytime they need information, I directed.
Yes, the fact that you coordinated doesn't mean you could speak to the issues. You coordinated because your ministry found you suitable for facilitating your colleagues so they could respond to the audit process. So you were incapable. So tell us that you cannot answer.
By coordination, tell us exactly what you did. That's what I want to know.
When the auditors came, they were assigned to me, so they were in my office doing their work. And anytime they need information, they'll ask me, even if for the agency, they'll ask me to get a contact for the agency to respond to their observations. So I'll just link with the agency concerned to provide answers to the questions the auditors want. But I was not providing the answers for the
Auditors, can you confirm what he just said?
Honorable Chair, yes.
So, Honorable Minister, which of your officers can speak to this matter?
Chairman, that's a very interesting question. I mean, as we sit here, almost everybody is new. And I was asking them why we didn't bring those who were there before. And then they told me that that was not communicated to them. And that there's no evidence that there was any communication to the effect that they should come with the directors who were there. The person who I just spoken is the director responsible for PPME, who does not have direct responsibility when it comes to matters like this. So all he did was just to coordinate. And so even somewhere along the line I suggested that if it was possible, because there are still very complex issues to go into, if it was possible, we want to bring those who were there to help unravel some of these issues.
That's okay. Now, let me find out from the auditors. Auditors, this was a specially commissioned exercise. So, which public officers did you deal with in reviewing these records?
Honorable Chair, I would not have their names off head, but we dealt with officers from the ministry.
No, Madam Chair. These are very. You see, this was a special audit. This was a special audit, so you should be able to tell me that you dealt with the chief director, but the chief director, at the time that you were dealing with him, made it clear that he had taken position at that ministry maybe a month or two prior to your coming. You see, let's set the matters in context. The PPME director is simply telling us that he facilitated your work at the ministry by providing, by coordinating your activities. So he was not the center of the audit. So that's what I want to find out from. Now the pendulum has swung to you. Who deduced director of so and so and so and so and so who were at post? Because the minister has told us that these are very new public officers. So if you dealt with the new public officers, then it's also in contest. Then we can now proceed to say, okay, now let's hear from the public officers who were at post at the time of these transactions. It can happen later. Then letters can be sent to them. They are identifiable. These things help the exercise, very objectively. I don't want any public officer to be responding to matters that he is not seized with the facts. It will not be fair.
Yes, the auditors.
Honorable Chair, I think the coordinator will be the best person to tell us because he was leading us. So he should be able to tell us who we spoke to.
So, PPME director.
Then please, can you repeat the question because I didn't get the...
Okay, the auditors are saying that you facilitated their work. You provided the officers who were interviewed or who responded to the queries. So can you speak to this committee who you facilitated and brought before the auditors for the purpose of this exercise? And if necessary, we can invite them ipso facto this hearing.
So as I'm saying, the specific agency here was not mentioned, so it would be difficult for me to say who.
Director PPME.
Yes, I coordinated it for all the agencies.
Director PPME, so, please, it should be worthy of your portfolio. You told this committee that you coordinated, which was a good rule. And don't embarrass your minister. So tell us which of your directors you facilitated to answer the audit queries. If you don't have, you see, listen, let me offer this advice. If you don't have the information, say that, oh, I don't have the information, but I can provide it. Then we will direct that, okay, in a day or two or within a certain time frame, provide the information. But don't belittle everyone by saying that I coordinated or facilitated the process, but I cannot give you names.
Chief, clearly there's an issue here.
Yes.
And like you said, I refuse to be embarrassed.
Yes.
I've never been embarrassed, and
Yes,
I don't want to be
all.
embarrassed.
I know you.
And so, respectfully, if this House will agree with me, especially when there are very critical issues of seedlings and other things. I held a meeting this morning before even coming here. And when I came, I drew Honorable Abene's attention to some difficulties in getting some officers to come here so we are able to delve into these matters and get them resolved once and for all. And so respectfully, if you wouldn't mind, you allow us to go back, put our house in order, because I refuse to be embarrassed, and my good friend, the Chief Whip, knows it. So that's my plea.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the day. I just want to put something across. This was the letter we sent to the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources. We said that you are kindly requested to acknowledge the receipt of this letter and to inform the principal spending officer and schedule officers who were in office during the period covered by the special audit to attend the hearing. This was what we put in the letter. And in the morning, we all saw Gender come in with the chief director who was there when these things occurred. So, Lands and Forestry, we told you, we put it in the letter, that please bring along principal spending officers. That withstanding, we yield to what the majority chief whip have said. But please, we also have our schedules. Like I told you, from here, Monday, next week, Tuesday, we are off to Tamale to look at other equally important reports of the Public Accounts Committee. So please come prepared. Let's finish what we have to finish and then continue with other reports that have been given to us. This was exactly what we wrote in the letter, that come prepared with the officers who were there at that time.
Chair, I'm very grateful.
Okay, so we would jump and move to page 118. It's quite a mouthful. Bear with us. Page 118. We should close.
Yes.
That's not yours.
No.
I thought our request was fully admitted. Or it's partial?
Yeah, partial.
No.
Huh?
Partial.
Partial.
Yes, we just want to let you know that there are other...
Okay, so let's go ahead.
Okay.
No, so that he comes prepared next time. That is why we want to go through. If they are not here, and then you come back well prepared next time, that's all.
We'll let them go.
Yes. So, Minister, the chairman said, we'll let you go and then come back again. But then we are reminding you, when you are coming back, you come with the person who is responsible for the infraction on the seedlings. That's also important. We just want to put it across so that you come well prepared on that one as well.
Chairman, another request we have to do with, by this letter, can we extend it to bring private companies or individuals who are part of it?
Whoever you think will help you address the infractions you have been cited for in the special audit reports, we'll be happy to have the person because we all want to find solutions to this and then move forward.
Thank you. So bring the private people involved so that we can resolve it.
All right.
Thank you.
Let somebody go through this report and any infraction that you need somebody else to help you with. So we'll step it down until further notice. Thank you very much. Ministry of Roads. The minister is here.
The minister, yeah.
Please, when you start, you lift the Bible or the Quran.
Right, left or right hand?
Right.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Please.
Okay. You should go ahead.
Okay, so please restart.
I, Kwame Abuja, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that the evidence I shall before this committee, touching the matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. So help me God.
Honorable Minister, could you and your delegation introduce yourselves?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kwame Abuja, MP for Adaklu, and Minister responsible for roads and highways. I will let the other members of the team introduce themselves as well.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Al-Hassan Esuhini, Member of Parliament for Tamale North and Deputy Minister, Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Samuel Kwesi Akwaku, Chief Director, Ministry of Roads and Highways.
I am Lawrence Lamte. I am the Deputy Chief Executive for Maintenance, Ghana Highway Authority.
I'm Engineer Kwesi Samoa, Head of Planning, Department of Federal Roads.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm Malam Isa Isahak, Acting Chief Executive, Ghana Highway Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm James Samuel Godfrey, Director, Department of Urban Roads.
Emmanuel Mamara, Director of Finance, Ministry of Roads and Highways.
All right, Honorable Minister, your infraction starts from page 33, and Honorable Duke William Allen Kwame Amwakwata Oforiata will handle this.
Good afternoon, Minister, and welcome. Minister, please, the issue on page 33 deals with validation of arrears, payables, and commitments. The auditors noted in the schedule of outstanding payables and commitments and BTAs a sum of 3.067 billion, which had been paid out. I want to know, what is the payment process at the ministry? Because I believe that payments which have been done should be taken out of the payables such that we should have a less figure showing.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'll let the person responsible, Director of Finance, take that particular one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister. In answering this question, I would have wished that the Ministry of Finance were here because we were asked to present a list of arrears in the ministry and in our books, which we submitted to the Ministry of Finance. Thereafter, we were told that they needed to be validated by external auditors. We gave them audience. It was then that we realized that the Ministry of Finance were paying contractors on our behalf without our knowledge. And that is basically the basis for these claims. So at the meetings with the auditors and the Ministry of Finance, we had made the point that we reject the nomenclature used as rejected to appear as if we had intentionally made payments and resubmitting them for repayment. Completely false. So that is why I started by saying that if the Ministry of Finance were here, then they will attest to these things. They were doing things outside the gift mix, paying outside the gift mix, paying bonds without recourse to us, and that is the cause of this amount.
Sir, after the special audit, they called you, you went to Ministry of Finance for an exit interview. Isn't that the case?
No. During the audit, we met the auditors at the Ministry of Finance, and we made this particular point clear to them. The Minister of Finance, that meeting was chaired by Deputy Minister of Finance, Ampim Daku, and he was outraged. In fact, he was surprised that those things were happening at the Ministry of Finance. And he asked his directors, and they confirmed it there and then. The auditors were there.
And what was the response? Our auditors, it's you that have to. What was the response of Ministry of Finance about this issue that he's raising?
Honorable Chair, I don't recall exactly the response from the Ministry of Finance, but what we observed, and as was explained, that these payments were being made without recourse to the Ministry of Roads and Highways.
Please, Finance and Ministry, you made mention that you were having difficulties tracking these payments because some of the projects were paid from other sources. Can you speak to that?
I didn't say we're having difficulty tracking them, because you track something that you know. If it's done at our blind side, how do you track? It was during the audit that some contractors came to tell us that they were paid. And the auditors also called some of the contractors, and they said they were paid. So if you pay a contractor without recourse to me, I will not update my contract register, because I don't have any evidence to that effect.
Please, do you have the report before you? Page 33. It says, management iterated the challenges they face in tracking payments once the IPCs leave their remit. The risk of double payments is heightened as a good number of projects were currently funded by more than one source. Can you speak to that?
Mr. Chair, there shouldn't be a situation where any one project should have multiple sources of funding, except those that, let's say we have a loan and then there's a counterpart which will be GOG. That will be understandable. But we are talking about a situation where at the ministry we have only two sources. Maybe the project is attached to road fund, or Government of Ghana. The difficulty is when, because of the level of arrears we have, sometimes contractors hear that Government of Ghana is paying. Meanwhile, the project source of fund is road fund. Then they find a way of getting that certificate to GOG to be paid. At that stage, it's not an intention to cheat or anything at that stage, just to get their monies paid because they've invested money and they've been sitting there for 4 years and not being paid. Unfortunately, because that process is not properly documented, that certificate probably lies still in the records of road fund. So one day when road fund gets money are paying, actually that certificate can be paid again. It got worse when you have a situation where at a point in time we took a bond from Fidelity, which is a third layer. So it is no longer even road fund or GOG, but a third party. So the third party, the contractors are encouraged to go to, let's say, Fidelity and get your certificate cleared through a bond. They carry out that certificate still probably lies with GOG. One day, if GOG is paying, because our record keeping is problematic, that certificate could end up being paid. We had a very interesting situation where, during the recent validation, a contractor was contacted and said, we owe you 500 and something million. He said, no, you don't owe me 500 and something million. They were insisting they owe you. He said, no, you owe me less than 300 million. Because according to him who received the money, he received part payment already. But in the records of that organization paying, it's still a full amount that is there. So we need to actually clean up this. I don't see if there's any body benefiting unduly, which is what it is. It is the lack of the structured system that gives opportunity for somebody to see that there's a loophole to go and capitalize on. If the payment system was quite clear that when your project is supposed to be funded by road fund, you have no way. It's just like working at Parliament and deciding that I want to take my salary at the Electricity Company of Ghana. We don't do that. So why is it that when we are doing government projects, people can move certificate from A to B like that? So from last year, you cannot move certificate from one entity to another. When your project is GOG, you are stuck there. Whenever GOG gets money, they pay you. If it's road fund, you have to stay there. When we get money, we pay you. But until then, we need to deal with what we are having now. So that is what I think the situation should be. We need to fix the whole system, which is right from Ministry of Finance to the entities.
Chairman, thank you. Small follow-up. Honourable Minister, when you contract and jobs are done and IPCs are submitted, and you take steps to redeem them by way of payment, do the contractors acknowledge receipt of payment? Do you have any such process?
Very important question, actually. No. At least as a minister, I've never had any. In fact, what you rather hear is, they've not paid me. When they are paid, then no, good news is no news, I think. So it is when they are not paid and they are struggling that they keep telling you, I've raised a certificate for the past 2 years, I'm not paid. But as I keep explaining to Ministry of Finance, there should be a very simple system where when a certificate enters the system, it should be easy for the entity to know what the certificate is about. The day it is paid, anybody who opens that page should be able to see this certificate has been paid, the date and where the source of funding is. Until we get that done, currently, I don't even, so we say things like, when we even say that we owe contractors, let's say road fund, 11 billion, that would have been my understanding yesterday. By the close of today, that money could have been less or more, depending on what payments have gone through or have not gone through. But we need to have a fit-for-purpose system where contracting and payment for works done is quite simple and clear for everybody to see.
Minister, you know, the finance minister mentioned that we need to augment the gift miss, because once you do that, you will the schedule officer would be able to see, one, the IPCs that have been generated and paid for, and at the click of a button, they can print it out to be shared. So maybe you also need to encourage the Minister of Finance to look for money to open up the GIVMIS and all the other functions that the GIVMIS is supposed to perform. It's all about money. So find money to invest in the GIVMIS so that all these functions can be activated. Once they're activated, it will make things quite easier for all of us. But I also want to encourage the ministries, departments, and agencies to, on their own, have some form of reconciliation. Even if it's a manual reconciliation, you have your manual, and then you can have what is on the system, so that you can cross-check. So on our own, we do our manual. But then the most important thing is augmenting the GIVMIS and enabling the GIVMIS to have all the functions that it ought to have. I know it's all about money, and I'll encourage that you urge the minister to find some money somewhere to open up the GIVMIS so that it will be easier for you, especially when I look at the quantum of liabilities that was sent by the road ministry, and the fact that you still have a huge sum that you need to supply the auditors with documentation to enable them validate as to whether they are rejecting or they are accepting it. So it's a big deal, especially for Ministry of Roads. So I ask that you impress upon the minister to find some money to let the functions work on GIVMIS, and things will be easier for most of the ministries, departments, and agencies.
Chair, you are very right. In fact, I think we were one of the first people who went to Ministry of Finance and suggested that we needed to get assistance from the state to be able to do this. We are largely an engineering organization. We build roads and maintain roads. We are not accountants. So when you create a situation where we now need to be tracking payments, deducting taxes and other things, our engineers are not trained to do those kind of things. So there should be, it should be done, somebody called foolproof. So if you put in a certificate of 10 cedis, whatever taxes are supposed to be deducted on that should not be the responsibility of any engineer or QS at the agencies. It should just be done automatically. But I am aware that the discussions about updating the existing GIVMIS system is ongoing, and is supposed to be government-led, not entities-led, so that everybody will fall in line. And I agree with you. It is needed extremely, right now, we need to fix that now.
Chairman, before Duke takes over, Honourable Minister, when you were a leader here, you placed me on this committee. And the work we do is to lead to reforms. So I want to suggest that going forward, put up a system where every contractor that you contract to undertake any form of work for you, when they get paid, you could just assign one officer. They should acknowledge receipt of payment and build that database. You know, it will help to reduce some of the problems that we face, and I think that it will help everybody. Other ministries should also learn from this. So, Duke, if you may.
The auditors, please. Did you get any assistance from the internal audit unit at the ministry to arrive at this number, and then also to make the recommendations for the ministry going forward?
Honorable Chair, we worked mostly with the CFOs, the procurement officers, on this. The information we requested, some came from internal audit, as well. So my understanding is that they were involved in the process.
Question for the Minister. Minister, the recommendations made by the auditors, have you begun a process to implement, or you're waiting on funds to be able to do that?
I can see here on this particular one, they made 3 different recommendations. We are in a process of, some of them are things that we have started putting structures in place within the organizations. Others will require the Ministry of Finance intervention. So I'm reliably informed they've started working on some of these things.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you.
All right. The next is Honorable Cletus, page 34.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Page 34. Chairman, basically, my infraction has to do with virtually the same statement that the Director of Finance made. We honestly needed to have Ministry of Finance here because this infraction is validation of arrears and payables and commitment. So the ministry sent claims and commitments to the auditors or the Ministry of Finance, and probably by the time they sent the claims and commitment, ministry had paid some contractors. So it's basically the same thing. So you have an amount totaling 264.145 million duplicated in outstanding payables and commitment reported by the Ministry of Roads and Highways. If you take volume 2 of the report, appendix 2, you will see some 18 projects, volume 2 of the report, appendix 2, page 21 of this document, volume 2. So if you are there, Director of Finance, are you there? Minister, are we together? Okay, so volume 2, page 21, you see 18 projects. And when you come to the comment section, you see company 1, you see amount is duplicated in claims and commitment. Amount is duplicated in claims and commitment, and they mention the amount. Project 2, amount is duplicated in claims and commitment. Then you come to some of them, amount duplicated in BTAs, bank transfers advice. So Chairman, we need some serious reconciliation if we honestly want to proceed to do this job well.
I agree with you, Honorable Member.
Yes.
And this is where Ministry of Finance should be here.
Yes.
You see, when it comes to roads, sometimes most of these contractors would go to a higher authority somewhere.
I know.
And that person will call Ministry of Finance, pay that road contractor. And when the finance cannot say no, so when they pay, by the time they send the claims over there, that person has already been paid. Isn't that the truth? Hey.
You see, Chairman, to add to this, you see, when you say amount is duplicated in claims and commitment, it's not paid. It's not paid. You understand? It's something that is in the system that could be paid, but it's not paid. So that's why I worry that we need to have them so that we can do some reconciliation with the ministry rules and then the auditors, so that we can have at least authentic document to work with. If not, if we sit and to go through, because they are saying amount, amount is duplicated in claims. It's not money paid to the contractor. It's not paid yet. Or auditors, can you help us in this regard?
Okay, then.
Go to the volume 221. You see some 18 projects, and you will see the comment section, what you kept there.
Honorable Chair, as the finding clearly stated, these were duplicated. So they have, on the schedule of outstandings, payables, they have been duplicated. So you see on the outstandings twice. So the details we've provided here, the amount duplicated in claims and commitments, what it means is that that amount is in commitments, at the same time it is in claims. So it's a duplicate. Those that are duplicated in claims and BTAs, what it means is that you see it in the claims, at the same time you see it in BTA. So that is the point that we sought to make.
So that is where finance is still key here. We need the reconciliation to be able to tell the claims and then those in duplicate.
Honorable Chair, what we did in engaging the Ministry of Roads and Highways, these amounts were rejected. So those amounts that were in claims and commitments, we looked at the supporting document. If an IPC had been submitted, then it should be in claims and not in commitment. So the amount in commitment was then rejected. When it comes to the claims and BTAs, we looked at the supporting documents. If it had moved to the BTA stage, then the one in claims was also rejected.
Chairman, if you come back to volume 1, page 34, you see, 1, the certified amount had not been deducted from the outstanding commitment after the IPC had been received and vetted pending payment process. That's 1. 2, the amount was not removed from the list of claims after a payment voucher had been prepared and approved and submitted to controller via GiveMix for payment.
Yes, Honorable Member, that's what the auditor was talking about. So we need some, but Minister of Roads, you were there for the exit interview.
Exercise, yes.
Speak through the microphone so that Ghanaians will hear you.
Yes. You see, probably, let me make this point. You know, it's a cycle. It's a cycle. So commitments in our records are commitments. There is a point they move through the payment cycle. So you get to a point at the BTA, it moves through controller. So they move from there are still commitments in our records because they have not been paid yet. So there are certain times it moves to a BTA level, which means that it's at a point of payment. Until it is paid, we are unable or unwilling to remove it from our records. It is only when it is paid, and immediately it is paid, we are notified and in the system, and we take it off our list of commitments. That's how the process works. And you see, the GiveMix system is the objective. One of the objectives was to remove human interface. So, for instance, you will not have internal auditors doing pre-audit of the items before, because they have access to the GiveMix to do real-time auditing of events, right? So you may not have a supplier coming to issue you with a receipt unless you demand so. And certain times we are even reluctant because the idea was to remove the human interface and to minimize corruption, because there was the intention that if you have that contact, that is where it brings corruption. So that is how the system is designed. If we are doing things properly, and I think that respectfully, Mr. Chairman understands the system very well, that some things, payment can be done at the Ministry of Finance without recourse risk. And it's rampant. We used to see it every day. and we just hope that it doesn't continue. But if we are doing things through the government system, we should not have any problem at all. For the system is watertight, and you cannot pay an IPC twice. There's no way in the government system that you can pay an invoice twice. It's not possible. I say it categorically. It's not possible.
Chairman, I will end my questions here, except to emphasize that the chair lady and yourself, good self, should expedite action by letting finance do the reconciliation properly, proper reconciliation with the auditors. Then we can interrogate the issues better. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to ask the auditors a question. In their explanation, it's obvious that it's the audit process that helped us to uncover some of these issues. And as the minister said, where he gave the instance of a particular contractor being called, and he said he's owed less than 300 million. I want to ask the auditors, but for the audit, could the system have allowed for the payment of that 500 million if the contractor was not called?
It may or it may not.
Maybe the minister can help.
You see, there shouldn't be any need for reconciliation if the system works very well. Assuming you were awarded a project for 10 cities. A regional director of highways in OT is looking after the project. They raise a certificate of 2 cities. Automatically, by the time he finishes that process, that amount that should be seen as commitment yet to be honored should automatically be 8 cities. The auditors, when they go to the system, as he said that it was supposed to remove human interface, should see automatically that the contract was 10 cities. We have raised a certificate of 2 cities, whether paid or not, should be there. The day it is paid, there should be something in the system that says that it is paid. The process where we are now going back to ask people, including that contractor, were you paid? How on earth were we thinking that we can actually solve this problem? Okay, that one contractor said, I was already paid. Imagine everybody else who said, no, I was not paid. So technology exists for us to basically clean up this. And you see, the auditors, what they were even doing was just looking at the face value of the certificate. Directors, or some of the directors, to Ministry of Finance to ask. The Ministry of Finance was also there. But that is just a meeting. We don't even need to do that. That should have been an automatic system that when contractor A has been paid for doing X as part of his scope, that should be automatic for everybody to see, including the auditors. So the bottom line here is for us to build a fit for purpose. The existing gift mix have served a purpose. Indeed, it has improved. But things have moved on so much that we need a higher level of interface with that. You talk about this. What about the fact that some of the projects you are talking about here to be paid, there was no commitment authorization even for it. i.e., the Ministry of Finance wasn't even aware that we at the Ministry of Road were committing the state to that level of expenditure. And it's all over the place. Yet the Ministry of Finance gets a certificate. And sometimes a powerful contractor can go to, as His Excellency Mills said, with one front page of a certificate that is how much they owe me. And in his word, somebody can make a phone call and say, pay this contractor. Auditors are not aware. Agencies under the ministry are not aware. Somehow, that person gets paid. Only one day for us to carry out this exercise, for somebody to know that that certificate has already been paid.
Minister, this is a structural problem. And that is why we also have professionals aside engineers. We have other professionals in the road ministry that are supposed to do their work. aside the engineers, they are professionals, they are accountants, they are procurement officers, they are all the chain of professionals who are there. These certificates that you are talking about, the one-pager, certainly it comes from somebody from roads and highways, because they won't come and show something to a minister that is not from roads and highways. So aside us looking for better systems, improved systems, we, the human beings also, we need to check ourselves, change our attitude. Sometimes they tell you, but is this for your father or your mother? They do things anyhow. We all know it. And it's very, very easy to push it on the politicians. But then you have professionals in the ministry that are also supposed to discharge their mandate. So, Minister, in as much as we want to look for systems, we, the human beings, we, the citizens of this country, we should take, matters into our own hands. Wherever you are placed, it can't be quack. It can't be quick, let's make money. Minister, are you aware that in certain places, some officers, when they are taking off their schedule, they'll go heaven and earth to make sure they are placed back in that schedule? You ask yourself, why? So, Minister, in as much as we want to do this, we also have to preach attitudinal change. The way we do our things, our responsibility to our nation. It is not just the politicians, it is all of us. It is all of us. This is a charge we have to keep as citizens if we want to make things better. Because I look at some of the things coming from the road ministry. They are human beings who do that. They are officers, professionals, for God's sake, professionals who compile these things, who know very well that the contractor there has not done the road to a standardized size. But then, what I will get from it, the cut I will be given if I'm able to prepare this IPC and send to, not even to Ministry of Finance, to the next stage. So, Minister, it is bigger than just systems. We have to also start talking about attitudinal change. And that is why we engage ourselves here, because this is how we can help bring that awareness to all of us. We are all culprits.
Chair, I think you are very right. The purpose of this is to make sure we improve the systems. And you stopped at both just the contractor, the politicians and the other people. On many occasions, we've had situations where a road project has been done and it has failed within a very short period of time. There was even a third-party consultant paid fees 6%, 10%, but who certified that this project was done according to the scope and let pay. Guess what? I've never heard anybody ask, why is that consultant not in the dock? Because the first recommendation for that certificate to be paid must have come from him before it gets to the regional director of highways or urban road. As for the minister, you are the mercy of everybody. Because when I became a minister, they will tell you, what I get normally, a certificate is 1 page. Until I started asking, where is the contract? So today, when you are bringing me a certificate, you must bring me the entire contract, because I want to know what we are paying for. So, of course, but still, I'm not an engineer. So the point is, I agree with you, we should make the...
Honorable Simon will handle the other infraction.
What's the average time frame for vetting and approving IPCs at the ministry?
I would ask the Chief Director to respond to that.
Thank you very much, Chair. We actually planned for 21 to 28 days. 21 to 28 days. So we get a certificate from the region or from the consultant to the agency. The agency is supposed to work on that IPC for maximum 14 days. It comes to the ministry, we take about a week. That's 7 days, all things being equal. I'm saying 21 to 28 because there could be days that we need to go back to the site to check. And we have to make sure that whatever we are certifying at the ministry and pushing to the Ministry of Finance is very accurate. So we give the agencies 2 weeks, and then we give ourselves 7 days. What we have to go beyond that, we give us 28 days. Why? Because we are very careful of the timelines when it comes to the interest or delay payment, because it starts counting after 91 days. And we have to make sure that it leaves our desk quickly to the Ministry of Finance where payment is made. Why am I saying so? The date of the certificate where the interest or delay payment is reckoned is the date of the engineer, resident engineer or consultant, the date he signs. So we are very careful, we are mindful of the time frame, 21 to 28 days. Thank you very much.
I'm looking at the report, page 35. The auditors found that an amount of 722,623 Ghana cedis in claims was
Please
not supported.
get closer to the microphone.
Thank you. An amount of 722,623 in claims was not supported because there was a delay in approving IPCs. And I don't know how you speak to that. Can you answer to that for me? A delay in IPCs, and yet it went through. It says that it went through and was approved, and yet there was a delay.
Chair, is this supposed to be an interest on delay payment certificate? Because the way it's written, it's interest on delay payment.
Yeah, interest on delay payments.
Okay, so this one is a national problem. Surely we overcommit as a ministry. When you take the 2025 budget, everybody knows, including members of Parliament, knows what we have approved for the ministry. But I am sure almost everybody around the table who is an MP, whose road is not being fixed, is expecting that we will start tomorrow. But nobody ever asks, how will it be paid for if we send contractors to site? In fact, many of you even say that go to the site tomorrow. Well, from now, you need 1 year for full competitive bidding for that. So it is a general problem. So contractors work and raise certificates, and unfortunately, they are not paid for years. And there are parts of the contract which says we pay them interest on delayed payment. My argument with my engineers have always been that why is it that the calculation of interest on delayed payment starts when the engineer at the region signs a certificate? Why is it not that when I approve the certificate? Because if it's the case that once the engineer signs, the certificate takes effect, then why are you coming to me? Because you are coming to me, or you are coming to the national office and coming to the minister because you thought there could be, you need my authorization. So that regulation, I said we will change that regulation. It shouldn't be that when the regional director signs a certificate, the contractor can start counting the interest on delayed payment from that day. It should be when the ministry finally authorizes. It's an anomaly in the system, because as the chief director already said, we're giving ourselves 21 days to complete. The regional director has already signed. What if I am unable to sign within that period? The contractor can still start counting interest on delay payment. So we need to take a look at that. The intention is not to make the contractor worse off, but we need equity, some balance. Of course, when contractors borrow money from the bank using their houses as collateral and go and use it to fix my road or your road, we are not expecting them to take a hit if there's delays in payment. But we need to have some level of understanding that doesn't make, in fact, until recently, until the tail end of the last administration, interest was even compounding. So you could see a project, a certificate raised for 2 million. In few years' time, it's 6 million. 6 million.
But Honorable Minister, the law is the law, and it's the law. If you want any amendment to it, you know what to do. So let's do that.
My next question will be BTS to the tune of 275,293 went through. I mean, there were BTS raised for payments, and yet there were no supporting documents for that. How do you answer to that, please?
I know during the special audit, people were asked to, because the auditors were presented with a set of information based on different contracts and other things, and they couldn't trace essential documents relating to some of them. Some could be contracts, some could be missing, let's say 5 certificates added up to 20 million. And then the auditors saw 20 million, but they could only see 10 million cedis worth of certificates. They may require either the agency or the contractor to supply the rest of the certificate. And I know that in some cases, when they cannot find the additional document, what they did was to certify the amount whose documentation they can find and leave the rest. And sometimes the people don't come back. What does that mean? Does that mean that if the auditor didn't raise that, that was going to be a waste of money? I don't know, but I know that even this one, the auditors found it difficult to do. But even with this, even after this audit, we found out that there's a lot we can do to make the system even better.
So my last question will be, as a ministry, do you have an aging kind of analysis in place where contractors are paid based on the ones that fall due first? Or how do you manage your payables, your commitments and your arrears? How do you manage them? How do you pay them off, the contractors? How do you pay them off?
Ideally, it should be first in, first out. But let's say something. When we say GOG, the capex at the Ministry of Roads, the disbursement doesn't actually come from Ministry of Roads. It comes from Ministry of Finance. We just do the paperwork to tally with whatever is in our system. That, if it's 4 billion that is in the name of the ministry, many of the times that money is not transferred physically to Ministry of Roads to physically disburse. But
yes, sir, you also have your budget that you fiscally disburse. So yes, it's the same thing.
But the volume of work we do,
yes,
the volume of work we do, yes, much of our payment, apart from road fund, doesn't come from us directly. Once in a while we get a transfer. But what I'm saying is that his question is whether we have a system where we can say first in, first out. That is not always the case, and there's many reasons. There are situations where in an emergency, okay, let's say somebody went and did a pothole patching or regraveling, and then out of, 3 days ago it rained and a few roads have been washed off, few culverts broken, and you send somebody there to carry out an emergency work because that culvert is between where the teachers live and where the school is in that community. You might be tempted to, like, in the name of emergency, provide funding for that contractor to fix that bridge and postpone the payment of the other contractor further. I think it's just like triage in an emergency place at the hospital. If you went to the hospital with a hangover and somebody is bleeding out of a motor accident, a triage nurse will make a decision as to who gets to see the doctor first. And I think it's normal. It's the same way we treat some payments.
Minister, you can start from your end with your budget. This year you were giving over 13 billion. So maybe if you can start from what you have control over, and then you start the aging analysis with your budget approved for you in the 2026 budget, and then maybe you look into doing same in conjunction with Ministry of Finance for what they pay on your behalf. There's always a way to start. So let's start small and then see how we can do it.
Chair, you are very right. When it comes to that you are talking in terms of the big push allocations. The good thing is that as of today, there's no big push contractor who has raised certificate for works whose 1 CD is outstanding. We are prepared to pay for that, and it's a commitment we made. Everybody who raised work certificate has been cleared for payment. So we don't even need to prioritize who we pay first, who we pay second. Once the certificate is due, we clear it.
Minister, the import of my question is it will help reduce interest on delayed payment if we're able to pay those that are due first. We'll cut down the number of outstanding, the length of it. Thank you. That'll be all from me.
Okay, let's move on. Page 36 is talking about contractors confirmed 965 million less than they were owed. That's interesting. And the next one is payment vouchers for BTAs amounting to 26 million not found in gift mix. The financial guy, why?
Oh, Chair, I think it has to do with the same issue where the payments are done at finance without recourse to us. It's the same issue. Otherwise,
Up to the tune of, payments are done out there up to the tune of 26 million.
26 million.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So they paid that, and you didn't have that in the gift me system.
26 million, 965 million. It's 965.
Yes, it's 965 million. Contractors confirmed that 965 million less than what they were owed. Similar to what the minister said.
Yes. So it means that they receive these things without our knowledge. That is what I understand about that thing.
So how do we solve this problem? How do we solve this problem? You, the accountant guy, don't bring the minister in because he doesn't reconcile accounts.
Honorable Chair, I recall when we brought this thing up to Honorable Ampim Nyako.
Yes.
He was surprised at first. So he asked his directors, and they confirmed some of these things that were done prior to his coming to the ministry. So he said that as a first step, the director of budget, myself, and my chief director should do a small committee to see how we can come up with the exact amount, because these were done without recourse to us, so we don't even have the information. And surprisingly, even at the Ministry of Finance, they didn't have the information. When he asked, they didn't have the information. They didn't have the information. Unfortunately, the director, we met once and to...
But controller will have the information.
No.
Controller made the payment.
No. Some of them were done through Fidelity Bank. A lot, in fact. The billions were done through Fidelity. And bonds. Okay? So the Fidelity payments were done at Ministry of Finance, within Ministry of Finance and Fidelity. We wrote to Ministry of Finance severally requesting for that information. They didn't give us. We took steps to go to Fidelity Bank to ask for it. And they told us that they didn't deal with this. So they didn't give it to us.
Before the contractor went to Fidelity Bank, Ministry of Finance did not sign anything. Ministry of Finance does not go through the proper checks. Ministry of Finance just directed contractors to go there. Is that what you are saying?
Honorable Chair, the Ministry of Finance told, it was a national policy that they are going to pay contractors below 2 billion at Fidelity Bank. So they asked us to bring us a list.
Certainly.
So we sent it to them.
You took a certain list to Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
This is one challenge I have. When the MDAs take requests to Ministry of Finance, they no more want to own those requests. I have sent it to Ministry of Finance. You are not the only one. Several MDAs have come here to say the same thing. Oh, we sent it to Ministry of Finance, and when they finished paying or when they cleared the arrears, they never got back to us. But I'm thinking that if the MDA has sent something to Ministry of Finance, you owe it a duty to check whether it's been paid on, assuming Ministry of Finance never gets back to you. Don't you owe it a duty to update yourself as to whether Ministry of Finance has done the needful or not, because you sent it for a particular purpose?
On this particular one, we went there not once, not twice, several at the Ministry of Finance. Even took the additional step to go to Fidelity Bank. Just tell us who and who you have paid, so we'll update our records. They said no. They were dealing with the Ministry of Finance. And which is surprisingly, we would have thought that even if they were paying the list that we sent to them, but this audit reveals that they paid contractors who were not below 2 million. For 35 million were paid without our knowledge. It was this audit that the contractors said that they had been paid.
Were they part of the list you sent?
No.
They were not? No. They were not in your books?
They were, of course, we owe them, but they were not part of the 2 million.
What you sent?
Below 2 million, no. But they were 35 million.
So there's a big deal that Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Roads will have to come together and work on how payments are done. It's a big deal, and I know Minister is up to it and will support the Finance Minister to make it happen.
Yes, Chair, I think you know about these things better than I do, that the only way to do this is to have a system that works. Indeed, the ministry wrote to the Chief Director at the time of Ministry of Finance requesting an update of what we have done. In fact, the Ministry of Finance was just trying to help retire some of the arrears we owe contractors, which we cannot pay from our budget. So it was a genuine attempt to help. But I think the process got, because some people went to the Fidelity Bank, they were paid part of the money, not all the money. The details does not even come back to the agency to say that now we've done part payment. So you can see clearly for what we have done so far, a few minutes, the potential of the waste of state resources simply because of bad record keeping. Sometimes not necessarily because somebody have decided to cheat, but even if the person started cheating, he just saw a loophole in the way we do things. Because if the system was watertight, there was no way the person was going to present the same certificate twice to be paid. So this must be, even if the government were to say, we want to take a loan from Fidelity and pay the contractors, maybe you would have been having a better control over it. But the consensus is that we need to do better in terms of managing the data we have, especially if it's going to lead to the disbursement of public funds.
Minister, there are some recommendations over there. I'm sure you've read it. If not, let me just read a couple of them. To avoid wrong reporting of outstanding arrears and commitment balances, the MDA should, 1, strengthen internal controls to monitor. Let's move to Honorable Roosevelt Hotoje.
Yeah, this infraction,
page 38.
Yeah, this infraction has to do with some key documents not provided for, validation claims and commitments amounting to 9.743 billion Ghana cedis. The auditors, in course of the audit, realized that some key documents could not be provided by the management of the ministry. They indicated that there were no evidence of parliamentary approval cited. 2, no commencement certificates provided for. Most of the validated claims and commitments, and that alone sum up to 8.798 billion Ghana cedis. In addition to that, no evidence of tendering process was seen. Also, PPA approval was also not there. And they even threw their hands in the air that those even available, they could not retrieve them. What is your stake? What is your take on that? Let me know.
Honorable Chair, yes, the auditors were working with a checklist. And their checklist was that any certificate that they take must have a commencement warrant, which is what our rules say. It must have PPA approval, it must have this, it must have that, it must have that. So that's the checklist that the auditors are referring to, that in most of the cases that they vetted, some of them didn't have these things. And like the Honorable Minister stated before me, that most of our projects during those periods were awarded without commencement certificates. And that is the fact. And we resolved this issue with the auditors. At a point in time, they weren't able to move forward. So at the point with the Ministry of Finance decided that no, they should ignore the requirement of a commencement warrant and move ahead and do the validation. So just procedural something.
They gave you some pieces of advice. They advised that you should now have a very robust documentation and approval tracking system. Have you done that?
Yes. Now, the Ministry of Finance is now insisting on the issue of commencement warrants. So now all projects that we are executing will get commencement warrants before we carry out. But of course, like the minister indicated, if there's an emergency now, the minister cannot say that he's waiting for a commencement warrant before he will go and attend to it. Those will be the extreme. But we are going by some of the recommendations.
That you should make sure that you do regular audits to verify the completeness of vendor documentation. And they told you that in order to do that, make sure that you get a dedicated officer trained in that regard. Are you on the path of doing it, or you have done it?
Well, we have, maybe we will have to strengthen our internal audit unit and processes, because the internal audit, that is their function.
Sir, it is not maybe. We need to, intensify. Yes. Now, when you say maybe,
well, because they are already there, that is why I'm talking about strengthening. Because the internal audit units are already in existence in all the agencies and the ministry. So we have to strengthen their capacity to do more than they have done in the past.
Chair, indeed, we have started some process. So, for instance, if you go to Feeder Road today, when Feeder Road director in Kumasi validates a certificate, there's no need to carry a physical document to the Feeder Road director in Accra, because they have a paperless system we are working with, which we think Urban Road also had something similar in the past, but we want to make it a ministry-wide. Highways, everybody had some, but we want to have one platform where these things can be done, because it will track all the activities. But there's the bigger problem is what he raised. If we committed the state to a total of almost 8 billion Ghana cedi, when there's no evidence of commencement authorization, no evidence of any tender process. So how on earth is the Ministry of Finance even supposed to budget for this expenditure? So sometimes the public need to understand why these things are what they are at the Ministry of Road. But you see, people oversimplify and the understanding. Of course, majority, more than 95% of the projects I have seen we inherited, there's no evidence of any tender or anything. Absolutely. But these are roads going to communities that need them like yesterday. So what should we do? Terminate them and say that we should go and do 1 year competitive bidding for it? No, well, there's another way to check it. We can continue that same project, but ensure that the contractor carries out the work as expected by the standard, and we only pay them for the work they have done, not to the contract price. Like I keep telling people, we don't pay contractors contract prices. We pay you for the work you have done. So your contract price can be 10 cedis. In fact, recently we were trying to put a clause in the big push contract, and then I was fighting with them. I was arguing with them that it gives an advantage to the contractor against the state. They managed to water down that particular clause. Today, when we raise certificate on those projects, we are deducting money from the contractors because the health of the economy means that the projection which necessitated that clause, things are better. So we don't even need to pay you the 10 cedis, we pay you 8 cedis. And that's exactly what they were telling me, that it works both ways. It can work to the advantage of the state, it can work against us. But at least today, we are saving money out of that. So I think it's an important thing we need to, roadworks are different from supply of vehicles or supply of groceries. It is much more complicated. Chair, just because of one rain 2 or 3 days ago, if you see the volume of challenge we have across the country, and the question is, okay, can you consider all those projects as emergency projects? That one day somebody will not accuse you of just willy-nilly deciding to go to site for those things. But these are projects in colleagues' constituency. I can see some of the faces around the table forwarding me those videos. Yes, I can see some of them around the table. And it's a real situation. It's a human situation, not that we sit at the ministry just to decide that, oh, as for us, we are sharing contract for no reason. But we are always diligent that what we pay for, especially using public fund, actually is worth what it should be. But we should strengthen the system, that the human interference is less. But so all these projects, 7 point something billion, we will not terminate them. We will regularize them and bring them to a system where we can complete the works and fund them, because these are roads in our communities. These are not roads in another country. These are roads that were needed. The people who were in charge of the ministry at the time thought it was a necessary thing to do. We don't think that it was wrong, that we should terminate them. We'll try to perfect those projects and make the contract fit for purpose. Chair, can I ask permission? I have an able deputy who is also one of us in Parliament, who can take the chair and guide us to take it, so that I can attend to something else. So I wish I would be here throughout. So I present to you Honorable Sweeney, one of your own. Once upon a time, he used to be a regular around the table as well, so you can continue. If I get the permission, then I can.
Permission granted, but my able Honorable Abena Oseyasare will have a question for you, please, before you go.
Minister, you know the issue with the huge payments that Road Fund is saddled with. It is because Road Fund has moved from its core mandate. It's a big deal. I know people want roads, so sometimes you go to Road Fund to assist. Because the Act is very clear that it is to finance routine periodic maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads. And it's also to be used to assist metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to perform their functions. But now we have saddled them with huge projects. Minister, maybe we should think about allowing them to carry out their mandate only, so that whatever funds they have in excess can be brought to the ministry to assist the ministry, in addition to what Ministry of Finance gives you. This is just something that you should think about and see if it is possible. But I think Road Fund should be given the permission to go by its core mandate. And in doing that, I believe that a lot of the municipals, metropolitans, and districts can benefit more from road fund than when it is saddled with huge contracts that for us outside Accra always sit in Accra, and we outside Accra and the capitals don't really get or feel the benefits of road fund. Is something that I want you to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't know you were a village MP like me. Indeed, the core mandate of road fund has been missed in a lot of ways. They still do a lot. Many of our maintenance programs are done on it, but the amounts we are loading onto it now is not sustainable. We have projects almost 700 million Ghana cedi on road fund, when the entire allocation for 2026 is 3 billion. One project, almost 700 million. So how on earth do we expect this fund to be sustainable and reach everybody? So indeed, we need to also augment the accruals to the road fund. 3 billion for 16 regions and a debt of 11 billion doesn't give an indication that the problem has got a solution yet. So we either augment the accruals to the road fund and also streamline how, maybe even institute a limit to how much should be the cost of a project you can offload onto the road fund. Maybe that will be the way out. But I think it's early days yet. Let's see how it goes. But it's a good suggestion. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Now let's go to page 37. And our Honorable MP from Mayo will handle that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. On page 37, Ministry of Roads and Highways, this special audit was clearly had a scope, and it included outstanding commitments, BTAs, and claims as at December 31st, 2024. But in your submission to the Ministry of Finance, you included outstandings for or payments for Dawn Cross Ventures, Cost Delight Enterprise, and Mustec Engineering, totaling 112 million Ghana cedi. This clearly fell out of the scope and belonged to the 2025 accounting year. Could you kindly explain to the committee how this happened? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the Director of Finance will take that.
I'm sure there is the information that was communicated, probably that fell within the outside the scope that was required.
One more time, please.
I'm saying that the information that we provided...
Get closer to the microphone.
The information that we provided fell outside the scope that we were asked to submit the report.
So you were asked to...
2025.
You were asked to give information...
As of 2024.
Yes,
but that of Dawn Cross and the other contractor fell... Yes. But
so
you know, the contracts were actually awarded in 2023, 2024. But those certificates were actually certified in 2025, and we included them.
If they had done properly, they wouldn't have said 2025. Because...
Thank you. In that case, would agree that a proper collaboration, say coordination, and maybe due diligence was not done. That is why this happened. Because clearly the audit had a scope and it gave you specifications.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that we had drawn the attention to the auditors to this effect, yes, that those payments, certification fell in 2025. It fell outside the scope. But nonetheless, they were real certified liabilities that we had to pay.
Director of Finance. These are monies belonging to the people. These are monies belonging to the people. And we must add diligence when we are preparing these vouchers. Well, if you sit down here and tell us that it fell outside the scope, it's untenable.
Mr. Chair, see, we submitted several documents to Ministry of Finance based on request. The first request was give all your outstanding liabilities, which we sent. That was it, and that was what was sent to the auditors for validation. So we told the auditors that yes, they are genuine claims, but certification fell in 2025. So it was just the communication.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the understanding I get is that our ministry send claims periodically to Ministry of Finance. And some of the claims that were sent were beyond the scope that the auditors were given. But the Ministry of Finance, the auditors' source document, if I may say, came from the Ministry of Finance. So the Ministry of Finance handed over to the auditors all claims from the Ministry of Roads. And some of these claims included claims that were, that had been submitted in 2025. So during the interaction with the auditors, the agencies acknowledged that these claims were out of the scope, but they had been submitted to the Ministry of Finance anyway. So the Ministry of Finance submitted all claims from the Road Ministry to the auditors, and it included the 2025 claims.
Okay, let's go to page 40, and Honorable Shirley Che will take care of that one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is to do with the auditors not finding any evidence of maintenance of aging analysis of arrears and commitments. I would like to know if there is a way you validate claims and other commitments apart from keeping a register of aging analysis.
Thank you. An officer to undertake this aging analysis so that we'll be able to, moving forward, we'll be able to, use it well and then ensure that things move smoothly. Thank you.
Director of Highways. If I may find out, when did management task an officer to start this schedule?
I said that when we received this report, so we started that process of, engaging an officer to undertake this aging analysis. That's what I want to say.
Master, years ago, when we studied accounting, where we had a piece of paper and a stubby pencil, there was always aging analysis on our arrears. That one is so simple. You have arrears, you need to age them so that we know that, hey, this one.
So I would like to also find out, there are a few recommendations from the auditors. Are you aware of the recommendations? Okay.
Yeah. We are. And we've taken them on board.
You've taken them on board, so what plans have you put in place to commit to these recommendations? Can you take us through them?
Most of the recommendations that they brought to the fore, we have looked at it, and as I told you, we decided that we will take them on board, and then we'll ensure that we actually go by their recommendations.
It still hasn't answered my question. I was specific. I want to know, okay, we received the recommendation last week, 2 days ago. We've had a meeting. We've assigned this officer. We want to ensure that this is done. I want specifics.
Okay, Honorable Chair, the first place, there's a committee in place between this ministry, the Ministry of Finance, to resolve some of the issues, particularly those that were paid by Ministry of Finance outside our purview. Number two, we have contract registers, and these contract registers, if you go in there, you can easily determine the age of these liabilities. That is not an issue. But of course, what he's saying is that he probably now wants to have a desk officer to compile real-time information on the age of some of these debts. So that is some of the things that we are doing. Some of the recommendations, for instance, those that they say we should obtain commencement warrants, go to PPA for approvals, those are things that we all know in law, but the deviations happened because of circumstances in the past. Now we are making sure that before contracts are awarded, we have a commencement warrant from the Ministry of Finance. Even if he has to go through a sole sourcing process, it goes through the Ministry PPA for approval. And all others go on competitive tendering. All those that go to the regions go on competitive tendering. So these processes are in place.
Mr. Chair, all that has been established by the audit and the comments you have heard here are the general practices at the ministry. But at the ministry, we have separate agencies. So we have the feeder roads, we have the urban roads, and we have the highways. My information is that the feeder roads have implemented a very good contract management system where you will be able to determine the age of these contracts when they were signed and their progress. Not all the agencies have been able to implement that now, but there are plans to ensure that all the agencies by the end of the year implement these contract management systems that will help us have answers to questions such as the ones that you are asking now. Thank you.
Okay, one of the recommendations was for you to have a timely report on aging analysis and to avoid manual errors. And in doing so, it was recommended that with the gift mix is configured to automatically generate aging analysis. I know this does not rest in your ambit. You would have to liaise with Ministry of Finance. Have you taken any steps to do that?
Mr. Chair, I think that gift mix does a lot of things. Just like these mobile phones, we update them all the time. The problem with gift mix, I would say, is just lack of updates. Since gift mix we rolled out gift mix, it's never been updated. But there are several models in gift mix that we are yet to use. So one of the things that we are doing now is to begin to use the multi-year model on gift mix, so that you put projects that will go beyond one accounting period. It's not going to be on gift mix. Another thing is to exploit the model that will calculate interest on the day payment automatically in gift mix, instead of we doing it manually. But like the Honorable Chair said some few minutes back, it all needs investment in the system. And if they do investment in the system, update gift mix, or we probably will not be seated here talking about some of these things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You will hear from us. You are discharged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honorable colleagues. On behalf of the ministry and our boss, the Minister, Honorable Kwame Govins-Agbodza, we want to once again thank you very much for your reception, and we thank the auditors for their collaboration over the period. And we hope that this exercise will lead to improve, deliveries at our various ministries. Once again, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. May we call Minister of Health, please? Is Minister of Health ready? Clerk, prepare to administer the oath, please.
So please, I.
Start again, please.
Yes, so we are starting. Oh, okay.
When he comes, he can swear his oath. Let's go.
Please, I. Do in the name of Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Minister, could you introduce yourself and your delegation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Grace Ayensu Dankwa, the Deputy Minister of Health and also the Member of Parliament for the good people of Isikado Ketan constituency in the Western region. I'm here with my directors from the Ministry of Health, my Chief Director, and I'll let the directors introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Sally Esipo Bitete, Head of Project Planning and Cost Estimation, Infrastructure Directorate. Thank you.
My name is Elvis Anaba Yaba, Financial Controller, Ministry of Health.
I'm Desmond Boating, Chief Director, Ministry of Health.
Inua Yusuf, Head of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Health.
Daniela Zuma, Deputy Director, Ministry of Health.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Insian, Finance, Ministry of Health.
Honorable Mohammed Bauer will start with your infractions on paragraph at page 197.
Thank you, Chair. Minister and your team, if you, on that page that has been mentioned, is that the observations that the auditors made in the audit indicated that you use, there were some formula errors in determining some 1.766 billion of the reported commitments that were rejected as a result of formula errors. So can you, on the Ministry of Finance schedule, can you explain how this came about?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let my Deputy Finance take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chair, this infraction per the statement indicates that it's the Ministry of Finance that made those errors, but not from our end. We submitted our request to Ministry of Finance. So in offloading it to the auditors, the error occurred. But when we met at the ministry, this was resolved and it was agreed that it should be taken off. But I'm sure for the report's sake, it had to appear. Thank you.
And when you met the auditors at the Ministry of Finance during the exit conference, did you make this known to the auditors that these errors have been rectified and that the commitments still hold?
Please come again.
Asking, after the audit, there was an exit conference that took place at the Ministry of Finance. Were you there?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Did you bring it to the attention of the auditors that it was the Ministry of Finance that made those errors? And for that matter, those formula errors, and for that matter, the commitments as it is still stands?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think this observation was even identified by the auditors themselves at the exit meeting.
Now, auditors, can you throw more light on this? Because if actually really it was you identified this problem at the exit meeting, why then bring it into the report?
Honorable Chair, I said this even yesterday, that we were given an amount to validate. So even if it was a good reason, we still had to report it. For instance, let's say you've given us 1,000 CDs to validate, and we have validated 600. We cannot just be silent on the 400 because it had a good reason to be rejected. But we still have to report to you that the 400 has been rejected and give you the reason. That's why it had to be reported.
So in this case, this amount of 1.766 billion, is it rejected or still standing in the books?
Honorable Chair, so this is in respect of claims, arrears, and commitments submitted for validation. Now, and it's as at 31st December 2024. So if, for example, the total claims submitted was 3.4 billion, and you find out that 1.76 billion is emanating from formula errors, and this is captured under commitments, it must be indicated that the commitments that have been submitted has a formula error of 1.76 billion, just for the purposes of the records. Then those ones that are clean, you will go ahead and review them. Thank you.
So it means that this amount stands rejected?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that will go for me.
All right, let's go to the next one. Duplicated payments by Honorable Nancy J.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Deputy Minister, you have, as part of your infractions, duplicated request, and also duplicated request of 114 million, and also claims that have been settled in 2024, but included in the outstanding claims schedule of 254 million. I don't know if the finance director will say that there's also an error from Ministry of Finance, but I'm waiting for.
There's a letter here. We made a request to the Ministry of Finance. It's in relation to electricity payment by our agencies, which means some of the hospitals, we had an agitation as to electricity company cutting them off from the national grid. So that request was made to Ministry of Finance. Fortunately, we have that relation with the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance paid on our behalf. So when we included it in our request, it's the auditors that gave us the feedback that it's been paid on our behalf. So we have that letter which we can tender in as evidence. The duplication of payments of the 114 million, yes, there were some of the payments that depending on where we are getting our records from. In the ministry, we get the records from the procurement unit, the finance, and the infrastructure unit. So it happened that some of the payments were duplicated in presenting it to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you very much.
The Finance Director, if you can be specific on the payments that was duplicated, please. And if you can give us the vendors as well.
Yes, thank you very much. We have ADB Medicals. We have Purview Global Limited. We have Ghana Supplies. We have Global Security. We have Tembol. We have Quiet Pleasure. Then there was a dollar component that was also made. And others, maybe not all that will be here, but these ones have been validated in the validated ones. Just that because they were duplicated, the auditors took them off. Thank you.
Finance Director, the names that we gave, can you give us the figures to them, please?
Thank you very much. It's true the ones I have given cannot give us the figures, but if you look at there's a dollar component, Pamanova, 112,627,513.18. I don't know the rate that was used to do that exchange, but in the list, you'll find it in there. And it's also part of those that were duplicated. Thank you. I see. Check here. You can get it. Check here. take the recommendation.
All right, thank you very much. The next one is Honorable Hotoje on unsupported claims.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this has to do with unsupported claims and commitments comprising 2,399,682 of BTAs, sorry. Then another 518,997 of claims and another 15,053 of commitments were not supported with appropriate documents such as contracts and invoices. And this certainly contradicts Regulation 78 of the PMF LI 2378. Speak to that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The amount involved, 2.399, was in relation to a supplier that was out of the BTA. It means it was cash, but this supplier was not on Ministry of Health supplier list. Our investigation at the controller indicated that the supplier was in relation to Ministry of Finance transaction, but not Ministry of Health. So the 2.9, I have a document to tender in as evidence. The 2.9 was not in a relation to Ministry of Health, but rather Ministry of Finance.
Auditors, can you confirm that?
So, Honorable Chair, the figure appeared on the schedule for Ministry of Health. And for that matter, it's expected that the required documentation will be at their end. So we don't know how is it that it is a Ministry of Finance transaction that got entered on the schedule of Ministry of Health. But what we know is that it appeared on Ministry of Health schedule, and is the reason why it was being flagged under MOH. Thank you.
Yeah, Minister of Health, can you hear that?
Yes.
Honorable, a minute. I see a Ghana Cares operational account, and Ghana Cares operational account is a Ministry of Finance account. So maybe if you had sent it to in this format, because I see MOFEP, and I know that Ghana Cares is a Ministry of Finance operational account. So
thank you, Honorable.
All right. So let's go to the next one. It's donor-funded expenses. Donor-funded expenses not funded by GOG, included in 2024 claims. And we are talking about 426 million of claims were rejected, as these liabilities are to be financed by donors, but included in part of the funding from GOG. What says here?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's true that we included donor-funded liabilities into the list, and we apologize for that. But the letter that came for us to bring our outstanding mentioned that we should bring all outstandings that we have as at the end of 2024. So we, as at then, all these were funds that were outstanding that we had records of in the office. And that's how it came to be part of it. We are humbly sorry for that.
Director of Finance. Director of Finance.
Yes, Chair.
There is a grave error you have committed. And these are donor funds given to us by Gavi and global funds. Is it a case that these funds will be redirected? Or it's just a simple reporting error?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that it was a simple reporting error, and it will not be what was the word you used? Redirected.
Director of Finance, I think these are mistakes which shouldn't be committed, because these are monies coming to the people, and we need to report them rightly. I think going forward next year, you will not accept these mistakes. Simple reporting errors. No.
Mr. Chairman, we are guided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my director said, we are guided, and we know that moving forward, we have put systems in place, and these things will not happen under our watch. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chair, thanks. I want to establish whether the auditors, before exiting the whole audit exercise, did not go through this with the entity, where it would have come up that a DP-funded project, not funded by GOG, was included in the schedule, because that would have, naturally come up at the, through your work. I want to understand how this, escaped.
Mr. Chair, that is what the Honorable Minister had indicated, that they erroneously included that. So indeed, if it had been included before the audit, then our responsibility was to validate it during the audit. And the audit brought this issue out. And their investigation is indicating that is an error, according to what she just explained.
Okay, let me go to the next one. Terminated and completed contracts, 21 of them were captured as outstanding commitments. Why?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let the Deputy Director of Infrastructure answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The amount of 10.5 million at the time of the request was still in our contract register as a contract within the Ministry of Health. We were in the process of re-awarding, and so they were part of the contract register that was sent to Ministry of Finance, and indeed Ministry of Finance had as well. On the aspect of the projects that were completed and were still in our list, as has been alluded to in other conversations, a request was made for our contract register, and that was what was submitted to Ministry of Finance. However, when the auditors came and they were validating, we informed them that most of these ones had been completed. And if you look at the schedule, there are balances of some 464, some 1,241, which we would deem as savings on those contracts. And so we agreed that they were cancelled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very soon, everybody will have to have a degree in document management or how to arrange documents in an office before you get a job. Because all the documents, I couldn't find them. This was an error. Maybe you need to have a degree, making sure that you don't make any errors over here because, hey, Dion. Now let's go to National Health Fund. National Health Fund is under you, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, what page? We can't see it.
251.
What is National Health Fund?
Minister. Yes, first of all, before I proceed with the question, I would like to ask, what is National Health Fund?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. National Health Fund is not under our ministry.
Actually,
Auditors.
Is that the NHIS?
Is that the NHIS or what?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, per the shadow description from MWF, this is how it was captured. So we were consistent with what was given to us.
When you read the footnote under it, you see here, payable reported by Ministry of Finance comprises outstanding government allocation to National Health Fund. However, the review to obtain the review third-party obligation of NHF amounting.
Okay, so
is that a ministry? It's different from health insurance fund. It's the same.
Which ministry are you talking about? Ministry of Health. So Ministry of Health. It's under you guys, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chief Director will answer the question.
Mr. Chair, I mean, it's not under the Ministry of, so we need to be sparing to, please.
We have the National Health Insurance.
Mr. Chair, the description of that entity came as National Health Fund, which we understand to be NHI. Yes, please.
Oh. Yeah, so, Chair, what I'm hearing is that the National Health Fund is the fund, the percentage of fund that Ministry of Finance transferred to National Health Insurance. So this question, it will be more pleased with National Health Insurance.
Now, are they here?
Are they here? National Health Insurance here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I am agreeing with the member. It is a fund that is transferred to the National Health Insurance Fund. So they are not
Insurance.
here, please say.
They are not here.
No.
So, Chair, we will step down this question. So, please inform them tomorrow. We want to see National Health Insurance there. See you. And you have to come with them. And the Chief Director as well as the Minister have to come with the CEO and the Deputy of National Health Insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No problem. Thank you.
Now we go to the famous Agenda 111. Are they here?
That's Ministry of.
That's under the ministry.
It's still Ministry of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our understanding was that the Agenda 111 was done out of the Office of the Presidency. So not from the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
So it's under the government machinery, Office of Government Machinery. Okay. But now they have moved every file, everything to Ministry of Health. So you are better placed to answer because yesterday they mentioned that they have moved everything. Yes, from the presidency to the to Ministry of Health. So we must assert assets and liabilities.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think that directive has been given, and then we are in the process of transferring all the assets back to the ministry. And sorry? Assets and liabilities to the ministry. What we have done is that I think the ministry has directed AESL to undertake some sort of exercise. And so we are almost at the tail end. And once we are done, I think we'll come back maybe properly to come and then maybe report back to the committee, please.
Okay. I hear that GIF, right, answered these questions yesterday for Agenda 111, the duplicated claims and then payables not recorded under GIF. Yes. Yes. So Ministry of Health, I think, yes, tomorrow you are coming with NHI to answer some questions. Okay, you are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are grateful, and we also appreciate the good work that you and your team are doing. We are grateful. Thank you.
Judicial Service, please.
Which page? Page.
It's National Service here. Hello, National Service, you are here, right? Unfortunately, because of the litigation going on, we cannot see you today. We'll have to wait till the resolution of the court case. So you are discharged. Judicial Service, we are here, right? Could the clerk please administer the oath?
I, Musa Ahmed,
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Would you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Musa Ahmed, the Judicial Secretary.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Mrs. Veratechi, the Director of Finance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Michael Ejie Frimpong. I'm the head of ICT infrastructure.
Honorable Chair, my name is Charles Aiden, the Deputy Director of Finance.
Honorable Chair, my name is Barnabas Franz, Director of Procurement.
Honorable Chair, my name is Benedictus Darkon, Director of Logistics.
Good afternoon, Honorable. My name is Emmanuel Ampedu, Director of Transport.
So, Judicial Secretary, you are welcome, and your team.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
And it's nice, Judicial, when we come to Judiciary, you swear oath as well as we introduce ourselves. So today here you are in Parliament, you have to do the same thing you have been doing to us. So basically your infractions is boiled down to breaching Regulation 78 of the PFM Act, LI 2378. This is about unsupported BTAs. You have 69 million Ghana cedis, where that whooping amount of money, there is no contracts, no invoice, no document to support, appropriate document to support. And then the auditors want to require principal spending officers to obtain the evidence of goods and services prior to approval. It was not there to be found. So you have breached Regulation 78. What is your take on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question would be answered by the Director of Finance and the Deputy Director. I do not have personal knowledge of these matters, but I have been told and briefed that they have a reasonable defense and explanation to the question. One, they will speak about the precondition for the application.
So, Secretary, they are here. Let them speak for themselves.
Yes,
so just move to them.
Well, so I will ask them to proceed.
Honorable Chair, thank you. For the unsupported BTAs, it's a total amount of 18.1 million. And this is made up of 12.5 million for medical expenses, refreshment items, 175,000, and then seminars and conferences, 10.5 million. What the Finance Department does is that when we receive our allocation, our allotment from the Ministry of Finance, we make allocation to each budget line based on our approved budgets. So for the year under review 2024, we made an allocation to these expenditure items, but these are provisions that we make because at the time that we receive the allotments, invoices will not be ready. But because these are projected expenditures, because we have to pay staff medical, we have to pay for training of judges and staff, and this involves training of judges and staff, nationwide as well as external training. So we make these allotments on these budget lines to be able to assess funds, because if you receive your allotment and you don't allocate any fund on the budget line, on the gift miss, when you receive payment, an invoice, you cannot make payment. So this came to a total of 23 million. And at the time of the audit, we had commitments to the tune of 5 point something million, which the auditors validated. So the 18 million was the amount that they rejected. But the explanation was that truly there are no payment vouchers at that time, but there are provisions that we have made in anticipation of expenditure that will come in, because this is from these items that we pay electricity bills, water bills, and all that. And for our Lord Court Complex building alone, our monthly electricity bill is almost 500,000. So when you receive an allotment and you don't make these allocations on the budget line, by the time an invoice comes in, you cannot access money on the GiftMix platform. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Auditors, do you have any contrary view?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, indeed, 23.5 million was captured as a payable. But as Madam rightly explained, there are provisions. There's a difference between a payable and a provision. So once you have a provision and not a payable, you need to estimate the reasonableness of the provision that has been made. And that will be based on past experiences. Okay, so it is not a supplier that has supplied something to say that bring me an invoice, blah, 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 blah. No, it's a provision. So we then asked that, okay, since it's a provision, we want to know the basis of how the provision was made. So we can also come to a reasonable conclusion to affirm that the 23 million was okay. The documentation that was given to us, which indeed comprised of utilities, etc., allowances, came to 5.3 million out of the 23.9 million. Now the question was that, do you have further reasonable basis for that, so that indeed that could inform us in terms of how that figure can be cleared? Unfortunately, we couldn't go beyond that. So based on the estimate given to us, which we reviewed, we thought the reasonable estimate for this should be 5.3 million, so that the remainder, which is 18.1 million, can be justified if you get other basis for that. Thank you.
So, the financial controller, were you at the exit meeting with the auditors?
Honorable Chair, the exit meeting at the Ministry of Finance, I was not present. My deputy was present.
Is your deputy here? Yeah. Meeting, you delegated your deputy to represent you in a meeting at the Ministry of Finance. So you want to tell the committee that the aftermath of the meeting, you haven't received any report?
Honorable Chair, I've received a report, but because he is present here, he would speak better to the situation, because the understanding that we had was that, as the auditors rightly said, what had become a payable at the time of the audit was the 5 million. But indeed, if we have, we go back, we have, when it comes to the payments of medical bills, we pay medical bills nationwide. We operate a centralized system. So for something like medical bills, all judicial service staff and judges, including Superior Court judges who are on retirement, we pay their medical bills. So when they submit their bills, the bills are with a medical committee. So until the committee submits a list that they have vetted to us, you will not come and find maybe 10 million of medical bills outstanding at finance, but it will be that all these claims are with the medical committee waiting for the chairperson and the committee to vet and submit to us. So it is based on this that we make these provisions, because when you look at the medical bills that we pay over a period, and this provision had been made in the third quarter of 2024. You see, so we make the projection that because most of the time in the fourth quarter of every year, we don't receive allotments. So it is based on experience, you make these allotments, and then the beginning of the ensuing year, until the appropriation bill is passed, somewhere in February, before you receive the allotment for the first quarter. So then you should have funds to run the system, Honorable Chair.
Madam, I'm sorry to barge in. What the auditors needed was, you are tending what, 21 point something to be paid. It was at BTA level. They wanted evidence of your estimates. 2024 was not the first time you were going to pay for medical bills for all the... You have some evidence. All that the auditors needed was the evidence. Hey, 2023 we paid it, 2022 we paid that. So this is what forms the basis of our estimate. And you could only give about 5 point something million. That's why we are here. Judicial Service.
Do they have the documents?
Do you have the documents now? The estimates? No, use the microphone.
Honorable Chair, we don't have the estimate because at the exits, this amount was not validated, so let's move on. Dropped it.
So the amount was not validated, but if you have evidence available, I mean, the committee will be able to address your issue. Here you are, there's no document also again. So how do you validate that money? Okay. Now, your second infraction is talking about unpaid, paid liability. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Yeah. Okay. So, Chair, you just move on.
Thank you very much. Judicial Service, can you please give me an update on the vehicle purchase?
Madam Chair, the Director of Procurement will speak to this issue.
Honorable Chair, the vehicles have been delivered and it has been assigned to the respective recipients.
Were you there when this infraction took place?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
What happened?
Honorable Chair, we executed a contract, the service executed a contract with TG Automobile Limited. And as captured in the audit report, the actual contractor is TG Automobile Company Limited, not TMG. TMG, sorry, as has been captured. The amount was 4.5 million. And then following execution of the contract, management had to decide, because we were getting to the end of the year, to ring-fence the amount that was meant for the payment of the contractor. Unfortunately, within the period, the contractor submitted a letter indicating that they were having technical challenges that was beyond their control, and they couldn't supply the vehicle within the period. When we received that information, based on the contract document, further, every goods that is supposed to come to us or based on the contract document is to be in the current production. So because they were unable to give us the 2024 model, for which they supplied us with a chassis number, they gave us the 2025 model, which was upgraded as it is, and then also furnished us with the chassis number. We informed the Ministry of Finance at the debriefing or validation workshop that this is what we have received. And then they indicated to us to send an email to the PricewaterhouseCoopers, further the auditors, to come and then verify the vehicles, for which we did. And then they came to verify before the allocations of the vehicles were made. So, Honorable Chair, the idea of the payment was to just secure the funding because we were ending the year, and then because of some of the outstanding commitment that was dealt with the service, management took a decision to secure the fund so that when the supplier delivers the product, we pay the supplier. This is what I can say to it, my Honorable Chair.
In securing payment, must you do things outside the law?
No, Honorable Chair.
Auditors, can you confirm if, one, the vehicles are there, and two, now we have the proper records of the vehicles?
Honorable Chair, indeed, the vehicles subsequent to our audit were informed that they had come. So we went to verify the vehicles. So indeed, the supplier was TG Automobile, but the earlier issue there relates to another vehicle purchase which was not delivered, which was the 5.1 million. Yeah, so that one wasn't delivered, so it's part of our rejections. However, the second one, which has to do with the store receipt advice, we did a subsequent verification, and we found out that indeed they were delivered subsequently.
So in effect, there are two, TMG and the other one that the director mentioned.
Yeah.
Director?
Honorable Chair, it is not TMG.
Sorry.
We rather have a contract with TG Automobile. If I recall correctly, the one he is alluding to is for BNR company. And that, as at the time of audit, they had not supplied the vehicle, neither have we also submitted a claim for payment. So that was the actual issue under consideration.
Yeah, auditors, please.
So indeed, the BNR solutions was part of the claims. Their records. It was part of the claims. So indeed, that is what we rejected. However, because the second set of vehicles had come subsequent to our audit, we didn't reject it because we had verified subsequently. Yes, we had verified the second one subsequent. So if you refer to our report, you see that that is not part of the rejections.
That's okay.
So, Director, how many vehicles did you procure, and from how many companies as well?
Honorable Chair, we do procure vehicles based on the approvals that we
get. No stories. Per what is in the reports, how many vehicles did you procure, and from how many companies?
We procured 7, and it was from TG Automobile Limited. And then that of the BNR Solutions was a contract that was in a current status. I think it was in December that the contract was signed. So that speaks to that one.
That's the 5.1.
That is the 5.1, yes.
And the auditors are saying you made provision for it. And that's how come they have it as part of the outstanding.
Honorable Chair, what I can say to that is that we do have, I think based on the communication where to segregate the commitment and then the payables. I think because the contract had been signed, it was captured as a commitment, not a payable.
No, but when you came in, when you were answering, you said that one did not exist until they pointed out that they saw it in your commitments to us.
Honorable Chair, because the infraction was basically on the 7 vehicles, we came to speak to the 7 vehicles because, as I indicated, as of the time that we submitted those records, we had not requested for any payment for that particular contract.
But you added it to your commitment.
I have to confirm with.
You can't say you have to confirm. They are saying they have it as part of your commitment, and you are the procurement director, so it emanates from your end. Yes. Say.
No, when we sign contracts, we don't ask for payables. So based on the records that was given to the service for us to segregate the payables and then the commitment, I'm sure based on the fact that they have a copy of the contract, they added it to the commitment as it is for the service.
But Judicial Service did not send it, but they on their own added it. Where's the finance director?
Okay.
Madam, can you help us out?
Honorable Chair, as part of our response to the Ministry of Finance to submit claims outstanding at year in 2024, we submitted the claim, including this one, to the
Thank you very much.
It was part of it.
So, Director, you are under oath. You are saying something contrary to what is the real situation. Who was responsible for producing the store's receipt advice? Is the person here?
Yes, Honorable Chair. That wasn't part of the SRAs that we furnished the Finance Department. We didn't submit any SRA to that effect.
So there's no SRA with reference number A0728941 dated 25th October 2024.
For the 7, there is, but the other one that we are talking about.
Which other one that we are talking about?
The one that Director of Finance is saying that it was submitted as part of the commitment. There wasn't any.
Director of Finance never said they submitted any SRA. I am the one asking. Director of Finance said it was part of their commitment for the 5.1. But I'm asking, who signed the stores received advice for the vehicles?
For the 7.
Yes, for the said date, 25th October 2024. So, Director of Procurement, you know when you lie under oath, there are consequences.
Yes, Honorable Chair, but I think that the issue under consideration.
No, your finance director mentioned that indeed the 5.1 exists. In our opening remarks, we said that we are here to give everybody a fair opportunity. We will be firm, but then we also apply fairness. So we'll give everybody the opportunity to explain your position. So you didn't have to say something that you were not sure of, or something that you did not know, or something that you shouldn't have said when you didn't have the facts. We give you that respect because you are Judicial Service. And we don't want this to happen again.
We are guided, Chair.
The last one had to do with a variance between a contract amount and PPA approval. That one too, is it, does it fall under you or?
Madam Chair, the Director of Finance will speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This was in respect of digitalization, e-justice project for the court, the phase 2. And we had a letter from the Deputy Minister of Finance then, a multi-year commencement warrant. The Ghana cedi equivalent of USD 29.7 million at an exchange rate of 15.54 to the dollar, which gave us a cedi of 462.9 million. Subsequently, as required, we wrote to the Public Procurement Authority, and in their letter, they did a total costs 5% review to achieve value for money. So the total contract sum came to 28.3 million USD. And the award letter to the contractor stated the PPA approved amount. So this 3 million was the difference between the commencement warrant issued by the Ministry of Finance and the 5% PPA adjustment that they did.
The award letter had the PPA.
It had the figure of 28.3 million USD, the award of contract to the contractor.
But would want to see the officer who signed the SRA. So we'll be sitting tomorrow. We just want to see and find out what exactly went on concerning the vehicles.
The vehicle.
And if you have a copy of the actual reports, we want you to take it and check 212. I. They have stated the number, the stores received advice number, and the fact that someone signed for it. So we would wait to hear from you tomorrow. On this note, we'd like to thank you, and you are discharged.
We thank you most sincerely.
May we call District Assembly Common Fund, please. Clerk, could you please let them administer the oath, please?
I, Michael Harry Emerson, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Mr. Chair, my name is Michael Harry Yamson. I am the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, and I'll allow my colleagues to also introduce themselves.
Chairman, my name is Charles Vincent Baden, current head of finance, DCF.
Mr. Chair, I am Patrick Eduzu, head of audit.
Mr. Chair, my name is Mabel Sewa Echampon, senior accountant, DCF.
My name is Mary Ruth Adovlo, accountant.
Okay. District Assembly Common Fund. Payables not recorded in gift mix. Who was responsible for that?
Mr. Chair, DACF essentially has two systems running. For our own operations, all our transactions go through GIFMIS. However, when it comes to transfers to the district assemblies, in order not to have a double accounting, what we do is that we manually verify all the transfers, send the money, the districts then receive, they do all the procurements, and therefore they then account for the monies received from the District Assembly's Common Fund. This is an issue that, shall I say, a difficulty that exists within GIFMIS as it's currently set up. And what we're trying to do is work with GIFMIS to allow us to input those transfers without creating a double accounting situation.
So that was 307 million Ghana cedis as at 31st December 2024 were not recorded in the gift mix. So have we solved the problem where everything now will be in gift mix?
Please, I'll allow my finance team to address that.
Thank you. And were you there at the time of this infraction?
No, please.
I mean the finance guy.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, the head of finance was not in the job at that time.
Now, let me move to this one. 20 million paid for no work done.
Mr. Chair, a contract was signed between Government of Ghana, specifically the Ministry of Health and Siana Services for the construction of a special hospital for Parliament. An agreement was reached to pay 15% mobilization of about 108 million, out of which 20 million cedis was paid. We have written to Siena Services, and they have responded on the work that was done with the 20 million. There's an outstanding on that 15% mobilization of 88 million that still is due. But that is what has to be recognized as the amount outstanding, not 702.
See, but the thing was for 20 million. You paid 20 million to this contractor.
No, Mr. Chairman. The 15% mobilization came to 108 million, out of which 20 million was paid.
And this was to build a parliamentary service hospital. Which parliament was that? This one?
This was contracted during the 8th Parliament. So.
This was contracted during the 8th Parliament?
Yes.
Hey, Massa, I have not seen the parliamentary service hospital being built. And 15% was 105 million, and 20 million was paid. Who signed that contract?
Just a second, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the signatory to the contract on behalf of the government was Dr. Okuboy. and it was witnessed, it was duly witnessed, but the signatory was Dr. Okuboy.
Who witnessed it?
The Chief Director, Alhaji Hafiz Adam.
Hey. So my question is, where is this Parliamentary Service Hospital? Have they started the building? We've already paid 15% mobilization.
Mr. Chairman, it is my understanding from the letter received from Sienna Services that the money they received went into project design and technical planning, site assessments, consultancy services, arrangement of bonds and guarantees, and insurance. However, they also did indicate that they were asked to change the project site from the parliamentary area to the national security compound, and so the new site has not been given to them yet, and therefore work has stalled.
The total cost is, you need to do the 50% by the total cost.
So this amount, however, the review team obtained and reviewed third-party obligations of DACF amounting to 4.1 billion. Was that the amount?
No, this is different.
This one is different. This
Yes.
one is different.
Correct.
This is DACF itself. Okay, ask a question.
Yeah, so I just want to know what was the total amount?
The total contract sum in dollars was $46,950,279, and at a 15 CD 38 pesos exchange rate, that came to 722,095,291 cedis.
So the amount that was paid
Yes.
was at which percentage? Is it 5% or 15%?
So 15% was supposed to have been paid as mobilization, amounting to 108,314,294 cedis. So out of this 108 million sum, 20 million was paid, leaving a mobilization balance outstanding of 88,314,294 cedis.
So the mobilization was paid, even if it's one Ghana city. It was paid with no site. They didn't have a site where they will build. They are now waiting for a site.
So at the time,
but then 20 million was paid.
Okay. So at the time that the mobilization was paid, a site had been given. Subsequently, the company indicated that they were informed they could no longer work on that site and a new site would be given to them, but has not been given to them.
So, okay, so let me ask. So, what are you going to do? The man has the money, and you have to provide the site. You cannot blame him.
No, Common Fund is not to provide the site. Common Fund's role in this contract was merely as a financier. The contract was between the Ministry of Health and the financier. So it is actually Ministry of Health, if anything.
That has to be answering to this.
Correct. Because our role was just to pay the mobilization, and we did so.
But then there should be some coordination and agreeing and knowing that the time you are paying is right. If yours is to pay, you can't just pay, not finding out about.
No, I do believe that at the time Common Fund made the payment, Mr. Chair, a site had been agreed, and that was the basis on which the mobilization became due, and so the part payment of the mobilization was done. Subsequent to that, the events on the ground changed.
What year did you pay this 20 million?
It was paid on 31st of December 2024.
31st of December 2024.
Yes.
Was that part of your formula that was approved by Parliament?
In 2024, I believe that was not part of the formula.
So it was not part of the formula?
No, it was not part.
On what basis was DACF? Who were those people who were there at the time that it happened?
Where is that? Okay, so the administrator on that day was my predecessor, the Honorable Natoshi Ado, and the finance officer was Mr.
And what about the accountant?
The finance officer was Mr. George Ba.
Is he here?
No, he's not here.
So
we did write to both of them, but unfortunately, they are all not available. They are all not available.
So, are they?
Oh, Chairman, did you say 31st December 2024?
Correct.
But then elections had just been done.
Correct.
Yes, it had just been done, and power had changed. So how come such? But then at least the same government had not won the election. It is.
No, government is the continuum. So if the person in power at the moment is not the person that's going to be in power next,
But you cannot bound the incoming president to this when especially, yes,
but
that's what I'm talking about. When especially you don't have the site.
But isn't that instructive? To pay 20 million on 31st of December 2024, and you know, and not you, but your predecessor knew that this was not part of the formula. Anyway, the predecessor is not here because I would love to have the predecessor, because it wasn't part of the formula.
that's what he said.
Parliament hasn't approved the expenditure. And what would make the administrator at that time pay 20 million Ghana cedis?
So, Mr. Chairman, in as much as I cannot speak to the reasons for the payment on that day, I will note, however, that in the 2024 formula, provision was made for projects under the reserve fund, and provision was made in the formula for special projects, which may have been then drawn on to finance this particular payment. So whilst there was no specific line, those two provisions exist in the formula as approved by Parliament and may have been the lines that were drawn upon.
Sir, could we make sure that our clerk will have to invite the former administrator of Common Fund and the accountant for them to appear over here and explain to us why they paid 20 million Ghana cedis as of 31st December 2024 for a multi-year contract which hadn't been approved by Parliament.
Administrator, you make mention that they are nowhere to be found. Are they out of the country or they are?
Mr. Chair, my exact words were that they were not available. They
were not available. Are they in country or out country? That's what I want to know.
So my predecessor is not in country at the moment, and the finance officer lost his cousin and was responsible for the funeral, and so he's not in Accra at the moment. So those are the reasons why they are not here today.
Oh, they are in Ghana.
My predecessor is not in Ghana. The former finance director is in Ghana. Sure, of course, both of them will come back. Yes.
Chair, I think we should step down this and then invite them appropriately.
Yes. We'll step it down. And the clerk will make sure that we get the two of them here to explain all these things going on. Because I think I will not make comments now until I hear from them. By the way, do you know where this Parliamentary Service Hospital is going to be located?
No, Mr. Chairman, because according to Sienna Services, a new site was to be provided but has not been provided. I believe it might be, shall I say, more in the purview of Ministry of Health to indicate what new site they are agreeing for the relocation.
And the total amount was going to be $46 million US.
That is correct, sir.
Hey. Yes. Yes, someone. Yes, sir.
Chairman, thank you. May I also suggest, if it sits well with the committee, since they were saying that it is the Ministry of Health who initiated the contract signed by Honorable Dr. Okoboy, for them also to come to confirm this, if they have this record at their end, is a suggestion, if it sits well
yes,
with the
sir.
committee.
He's also going to be, Honorable Okoboy will have to also appear and let us know. And the company that took the money should also appear. Because 20 million Ghana cedis. What time are they going to build a hospital? During the second coming of Christ? No, it's a rhetorical question.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the ones we are going to call, the former minister, the accountant, the former administrator of Common Fund, we'll call those three to come. Maybe after talking to them, it may not be necessary even to call the contractor. As for the contractor, Eja, Wenyenisika. All right. Huh? Where's the clinic? It's a, what do you call it? No, it's a cyber. Now, let's go to the already settled liabilities. An amount of 6.1 million has been settled in 2024, yet included in the outstanding claims and commitments scheduled at December 31st, 2024.
Mr. Chair, we were unable to reconcile the amount that was stated because the details supporting the report were not made available to us.
But who were the people who were working there at that time?
The former finance director and the former administrator.
And he didn't leave any documents?
No, the auditors have not provided us with a reference for this claim.
Was somebody at the exit conference that they had at Ministry of Finance?
If it was done after March this year, none of us was invited.
Ah.
Oh, sorry. Pardon me. If it was done any time after March last year, then no one was invited from my office. I'm not aware of any exit interviews being conducted. in respect of this report.
Auditors, could you respond?
Mr. Chair, I understand the previous head was there at Ministry of Finance.
The previous head was there.
At DACF for the ESI conference.
Oh, the former.
After the audit.
After the audit, the former head was there.
So between May to August is when we executed the audit. 2025.
Mr. Chair, I was in office at that time, and I did not attend any meeting at Ministry of Finance.
But if the former administrator showed up, sir, were you given any information on that?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So you wouldn't be able to answer to the overstatement of claim of 702 million that was included as a part of the third-party obligations for construction.
Sir, I believe I addressed that the claim would be for 88 million, which is the portion of the 15% mobilization, which is yet to be paid, not 702. That is the total contract sum.
Auditors, when the former administrator of Common Fund showed up, did she provide any evidence or any information that could be of help to the committee?
Honorable Chair, I understand one Mr. George Barr, head of finance, was present during our debrief meeting at DACF. Yes, so that is my understanding. But if the administrator is saying he doesn't have the details, we'll provide it.
We'll provide that.
Yes, in respect of the commitment, the 6.1 million that has been indicated here.
But my okay, let me go straight ahead and say this letter that the invitation was sent to DACF, and the letter that was sent to DACF, the former accountant, and you said the former administrator also showed up.
It's the former accountant.
It's a former accountant, not the administrator.
No, please.
So former accountant showed up. Present accountant, are you here? Were you aware of that letter?
Honorable Chair, no, please.
You see, sir, the letter that invited the accountant to be there, did the invitation have any specific person's name on it? Auditors, the letters that you sent to DACF, no, letters to DACF for somebody to respond at the exit conference, did they have a specific name on it?
Mr. Chair, we wouldn't know.
You see, what I'm worried about is we have a present administrator of Common Fund. We have the present accountant over there. And if the letter was sent to DACF, the former ones are getting the letters. And they showed up. And the present ones didn't show up. So who at your office is giving the letters to the former ones to show up.
So let's do some more. So, Administrator, the latest information we have with regards to the hospital is that Parliament is to provide the site, and then they are working on the site because of the not providing the site timely. That have delayed the contractor in taking off. So they are working on it to provide the site where the contractor will take off with regards to the Parliamentary Service Hospital. So that is the latest information. But we still insist those administrator, the finance officer, including the minister, they will still come to the committee as directed by the ranking.
All right, you are discharged.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. But just to note, I believe the recommendation from the auditors is that the Common Fund no longer pays any money towards that project. And in the 2026 formula approval, there is no provision for that hospital. I just want to note those 2 points for the record. But I thank you very much for receiving us, and if there's any further requirement, we shall make ourselves available. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Administrator, based on what we have mentioned right now, if the project takes off for hospital, for parliamentary service, and the project takes off, definitely as Parliament vis-a-vis in going forward, we'll still make allocation to complete. We can't start a project and we truncate it. So that one, later on, the Parliament will decide on that. As he provided, if it is provided in the formula, so be it.
No, I'm just saying it is currently not provided for in the 2026 formula.
You are discharged. Yes. We are meeting again tomorrow, and a few other ministries, and some carryovers from the week. We'll be meeting our Ministry of Environment, Communication, Transport, Office of the Attorney General, Office of Legal Aid, Ministry of Labor, Jobs, and Fisheries and NHI. And Fisheries and NHI tomorrow. Thank you very much.